The Drunken Peasants podcast is satirical in nature, and while we do occasionally delve into serious issues and discussions, our primary purpose is to entertain and amuse. In other words, don't take this shit too seriously.
From the frigid armpit of America, this is the Drunken Peasants Podcast with Ben and TJ, bringing you opinions of the news from an altered perspective.
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
What about atheists? It's okay.
You're nothing, TJ. You're garbage. I just want to be light. You're garbage.
And now, here are your hosts, Ben and TJ.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Do it live. Things suck.
Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast, where you DP the news. Hello, everyone. I'm not going to introduce TJ and, well, I'll introduce Scotty. I'm with Scotty. And also with us, we have Mercedes Carrera. Welcome back, Mercedes.
Hey, guys.
TJ's not here, though. He's dead. There is no TJ.
Yeah.
If you guys enjoy the video so far, please give it a thumbs up. Like this video! Like this video, because it's awesome. La, la,
If you don't like this video, there's something serious wrong with you.
If you don't like this video, I'm willing to go so far as to say that you should... Yeah.
The Amazing Atheist is crazy. Let's pray.
Yes. All non-DP fans should be rounded up.
Well, you know what?
into
I'm
camps.
just they're probably just going to sit around and drink punch or something.
Yeah, everyone knows a total hoax,
Yeah.
bro.
The lawnmower lands on your face and mangles your head.
Perfect.
I think that would be a fitting end for you.
So let me know if at any point this makes sense to you, what this woman is about to say.
Wow.
Okay.
That's quite an introduction, Ben.
Yeah.
You got me curious. I'm fascinated now.
The audiobook of Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom is now available.
Sweet. Does Gail read it herself?
I believe she does.
She does.
So here we go. Here's Gail reading some excerpts from Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom.
Hopefully they're juicy.
The audiobook for Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom is up and available for sale.
Good, finally.
And I'm going to attempt to read this without getting satanic interference. I'm going to be reading you a passage from the audiobook.
That's why we got knocked offline earlier. Satanic interference,
man. It happens to us all the time.
And the reason I'm reading a Satan scene is because in the sequel, which I'm working on right now, to Jesus
Already
the
a sequel
Eternal
in the
Bridegroom,
works.
which is called The Shimmering Skies, which will be narrated. I will be reading it, but it will be told in Robin Williams' point of view, and Satan is going to be a prominent character in this book. So I'm encouraging everyone to go out and get Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom, whether it's an audio form, paperback, hardback, or whatever, to get ready for the exciting sequel coming up, which will be in Zack Knight will be the main character. And
I thought Robin Williams was going to be the main character.
We had a scene that really had that Church of Gail, where Satan showed up in the middle of a church service. And I'm going to read you some portions from the audiobook.
Please do.
And Satan showed up. And then what happened was he entered the body of Zack Knight, and then Zack Knight became the Antichrist.
I see.
And the book.
So Zack Knight wasn't born the Antichrist?
No, his body was invaded by Satan later because he watched this really freaky. And
full circle.
That invites demons in, and he watched something so freaky that Satan himself entered his body, and he became the Antichrist. And I'm jealous because I was really going for that myself. But unfortunately, Satan, our Dark Lord and Master, chose Zack Knight. So
Zack Knight.
I guess I'm not good enough for the Lord of Darkness.
By the way, everyone, if you've enjoyed this show and if you think Scotty is garbage, give this video a thumbs up right now.
Scotty is trash.
Yep.
Not Scotty Cena.
No. He's
Scotty
awesome.
Cena is awesome, but real Scotty, he sucks. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Give this video a thumbs up if you think Scotty is garbage.
Scotty sucks and should be here right now.
Yes.
It ends where Jesus Christ shows up to rescue us all. But to get the details of that,
don't explain the whole scene.
you need
Come
to
on,
get the book, and it's there.
You need to know this stuff.
And then we hint in the last chapter of Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, that I will be seduced by the
Satan?
Antichrist.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hot.
hey. Yeah, she doesn't look too bothered by that.
Yeah, it's like, I will be seduced by
I would, she's always getting some. You notice that?
Yeah, so are all of her men.
Yeah.
Sometimes unwillingly. Often unwillingly, actually. There's a lot of scenes in Gail's work. I've noticed this.
And the seduction scene, how he managed to do it, how he tricked me, will be in the next book, the one that I'm currently working on, which will be told from Robin Williams' point of view.
But the Zack Knight's the main
So
character.
Robin Williams was sitting in the room when Satan
seduced
you.
Gail. Yeah, Robin was in the corner taking notes.
He's a voyeur, basically.
That's why because he saw that.
Zack Knight will be the main character. So I'm going to read you the Satan scene because to get you a feel for what this Satan character is like. This was taken from an actual transcription. I mean, I tape recorded our Skype session when Satan showed and Jesus showed up in the service. I didn't get to hear Jesus's voice. Jesus is camera shy. He doesn't allow himself to be photographed, videotaped, or audio taped, and that's because he's worried about the Satan impersonating him.
Right. Makes
but
sense. Perfect
Satan
sense.
was on. I got Satan's voice on the tape, but Jesus said not to let the world hear his voice. He said Satan's voice is very powerful and seductive, and it can lead people into trouble. So he said, Gail, you need to wear a tinfoil hat and transcribe the tape. But he said, I want the world to know what happened. So I'm going to be reading you a section from Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, a Satan scene.
Yeah.
Hi, Gail, he interrupted her now to get her off the subject of prayer. I'm the devil, and I want to talk to you. Gail tried more Bible reading.
Usually
Isaiah 59.
Satan is a little
She
more
read.
subtle than that, you know?
Hi, Gail. I'm the devil.
Hey, everybody, I'm the devil. What's up? It's like, what'd you just say?
Isaiah 59 at the top of her voice, loud and clear. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save, neither his ear heavy, that it cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you and your God. After she finished reading Isaiah 59, she prayed, God, what do you want me to read right now from this person who claims they're the devil? I don't want to waste my time talking to the devil. Satan roared, I am the devil, and I want to talk to you. Come on, God, give me a verse, Gail prayed.
Satan is like
Come on,
Thor.
God. You going to let the devil show you up, Lord Jesus? You going to let this person who claims they're the devil show you up? Come on, God. You are talking to the devil, Satan said. I'm not interested in talking to whoever this creature is.
How many times does he have to let you know that he's the devil?
Okay, Sam, come here. As long as Gail doesn't talk to me, I'm going to make you suck my...
I knew a penis was going to appear at some point. I'm just waiting. I was about to say, like, how long is it going to be before the... But even before I could get it out, there was a...
Sam's trying to fight me. He can't
loves
fight.
dude.
Satan laughed. I don't think that's Sam. I think they did a switch out. Probably a Sam Barbary clone. Find out where Sam went. Satan shoved his Sam's
Right,
mouth.
of course he did. Why wouldn't he? Satan shoved... Yep. Was it big and red?
So nonchalantly.
Into Sam's mouth. That's real good, Sam. Yeah, I like it. That's probably a Sam Barbary Jesuit clone.
Has a
Find
very
out where
limited
Sam
vocabulary so far.
went. I decided that I better help my
Surprising.
Gail out. Satan seemed oblivious to all she had attempted thus far. We better find out what this Satan character wants. They are controlling Sam. That was Brent Spiner.
Oh, okay. Thanks for elaborating.
Thanks. Yeah, Brent said that.
Gail always deferred to my judgment. Okay, Brent, do whatever you feel like you have to do. Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, is written in Brent Spiner's point of view.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Of course
here
it is.
the scene continues.
Yeah.
Satan finally got center stage and was enjoying every minute of it. Like Jesus, he could change forms and was currently in
wish
his
we could
more
get Brent
human-like
Spiner to
form
actually
with a
read this
broad
book.
chest and arms, limbs for legs, hoof, feet, and horns on his head, like a South Park version of Satan with eyes of pure evil. Oh my goodness, this is so fun. In the Gail, I'm about to blow out.
This is the dumbest Satan.
Some riveting dialogue.
I know, it's like, and Satan has identified himself as the devil, like, fucking,
I'm the devil.
I'm the devil. I'm the devil.
Sam,
I'm the devil.
Yes,
Suck my. Ooh, yes, so good. I'm the
I actually
devil.
read off the
Yes.
screen when I was doing this. Oh no, not his stomach, I said. Terrance, are you there? Gail asked. Yes, I'm here, Gail, Terry said. Satan snarled at Terry, apparently upset that he hadn't defeated Gail's spirit yet. You shut up, Terry. I noticed that my Gail had an unusually powerful spirit. Terrance crossed his arms. You shut up, Satan. You shut up.
It is you who is the poo-poo head. You're the fart face, though.
We're literally, Satan is people, and it's like, shut up. No, you shut up. No, you shut up. I'm the devil. This scene, this is proof that this should be a movie. Can you imagine this scene with like actual special effects?
I think like Vivid would have to make it.
Pulled it. Excuse me. Terrance pulled my reading, the version I have, the audiobook. I don't make all these. I fixed all my boo-boos,
right,
so it's not like this.
Sure, Gail. Sure.
You shut up. Terrance pulled out his gun. No, you shut up. I'm from Compton. I don't have to take this shit.
Compton, I don't have to take this shit.
I'm from Compton.
I am from Compton. I don't have to take this shit. And he pulled out a gun on the devil.
Satan snarled back, yeah, but I'm from hell. I'm about to blow. Get.
How can everyone has to go buy this audiobook. Why would you not? What excuse could there possibly be for not doing it? I mean, come on. This is like every word is comedy gold. This is the funniest book ever written.
I know.
Yeah. Is it all right if I blow on Sam's stomach? Are you okay with that? He looked around, gloating in the millions.
Well, you just, I think
the stomach blowing here we is probably... go.
I don't know. Where's Bubba? Get Bubba in this scene.
Yeah.
We want a book that's just about Bubba's adventures.
Yes.
That needs to be the end of the trilogy. Is something from Bubba's perspective.
Here we go. Lord Jesus, Gail prayed. Oh my goodness, Gail, Terrance yelled. Sam's stomach's on fire.
Oh no.
Lord Jesus, Gail prayed. Save Sam Barbary or whoever that person is. Come on, Lord, we need you. Is everybody praying? Terrance interrupted. His abdominals are getting burned off again. He paced in distress. Oh no, his abdominals are all melted off. It's
stomach
so
is
horrible.
on fire and you're pacing? Like, get a fire extinguisher. Throw a blanket on it. Something.
So what did Satan do?
He blew on his stomach and
like
now
he
it's
blew
on fire.
like he blew it like that, or he blew.
I don't know. Okay. One of the two.
Satan shoots like lava.
Yes,
people.
Maybe that's what she's talking about. Yeah, he shoots like molten lava. And
it's
it burns
like
you.
Acid. Satan's like acid.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Gail had not given up.
It's
and
like
was
the
trying
blood
a new
from
strategy.
Aliens.
Is everybody praying? Terrance answered, yes, we're all praying.
I picture like Satan someone's stomach and everyone's praying around it. It's like the most disturbing scene
What is Satan
ever.
doing during all this? He's just like kind of standing there like,
He's like, there you go. Yeah, go ahead and pray.
He's in his refractory period, just kind of sitting in a lawn chair like, oh, that was good.
Satan drowned Sam's abdominals with his ass. I yelled at Satan, furious, trying to appeal to any goodness he may have in him.
But
no, Satan! Don't do it, Satan! Sam, try to struggle. No, Satan, those don't grow back. That was Brent Spiner there.
What?
Yes, those don't grow back, Terrance repeated after me. Those abdominal muscles don't grow back. My physician mind.
Why would they? I mean, it's Satan, right? He's supposed to do evil shit. You're not going to like appeal to his better nature. He's supposed to be Satan.
Hey, Satan, I don't know if you noticed, but you're causing permanent damage to this guy.
Hey, Satan, are you sure you want to be doing this? I mean, I know you've been like the most evil entity for all of eternity and stuff, but Maybe this ain't a good idea.
Have a
This is
heart.
kind of mean.
Have a heart, Satan.
Took over. Abdominal muscles don't grow back. I decided I needed to save Sam before he turned into a corpse. This is getting bad. I'm going to go save Sam.
It's getting bad.
I need to pull him out of there. My righteous anger was inflamed. Speak, Satan. Go on. Satan seemed focused on discrediting our Gail. Apparently that was his obsession. He needed to knock down the King David woman. Are you ready, Gail? You're the main event. He mumbled something I didn't understand, like he was getting weaker and didn't like it. Gail's spirit remained strong. She yelled at the top of her voice. Now reading Zechariah 9:15. The Lord of hosts shall defend them, and they shall devour and subdue with sling stones, and they shall drink and make a noise as through wine, and they shall be filled like bowls and as the corners of the altar. Satan tried to talk and mumbled something about Gail's marriage list, but Gail blasted him out with her Bible reading. That's what the Bible says. I'm in there. I was born on September 15th. I'm in the Bible. And Satan, you can't make that Bible untrue no matter what you try to do. Because
Gail is in the Bible because she was born on December 15th?
Apparently.
Okay.
Bible prophecy will be fulfilled, and there's nothing you can do about it, because God's going to win, and you're going to lose.
You're a loser, Satan. You lose.
Yeah, but at least I'll have fun while I do it. Yeah, lots of fun. So, Gail, I decided to appoint the Satan incarnate character, and you know who I'm going to use? Guess who?
Zack Knight.
Gail, are you there? Yes, Brent, yes. I'm going to bring back Zack Knight.
Dun, dun, dun!
Yeah, Zack Knight, come on out of hell. Gail didn't like the way this church service was going. Can you guys
what an understatement.
This is a church service.
Gail didn't like the way when Satan showed up and raped people and ejaculated fire onto them. Gail was like, you know, this is not my favorite church.
Yeah, this is one of the bad ones, I think.
Honestly, if I was there, I'd be like, this is the best church service ever.
Church service? Yeah, they can't get out, Satan said.
I gotta start
I've
going
locked
to Gail's
all the
church.
doors. They can't get out even if they wanted, Gail. So I'm going to climb on in Zack Knight's body, and he's going to be Satan incarnate from now on.
Oh, my.
Satan walked over to the hole from which he emerged and spoke to Zack Knight down there in hell. And I'm going to bestow on you a new power. So not only can you make them, women, pregnant just by seeing them, you can give men erections just by standing in the same room with them.
Sweet.
Right. Every male member of the service is going to be gay. You like that,
no.
Gail? Gail rushed off, and we didn't
I
see
think
her.
you would like
we didn't
that,
see
Gail.
her on Skype. Satan stood tall and proud. Gail has nothing to say. Terrance panicked. Gail, are you there? We couldn't see her on Skype, but Gail screamed from the background, I'm here!
This is crazy. So, like,
she was on Skype.
She's on Skype the whole time.
Yep. This is all
Jesuit
happening
Zack
elsewhere
Knight
on the Church
emerged
of
from
Gail.
hell as Satan incarnate. Okay.
Okay.
I actually read off a screen like this, but I took all the clicks and all that those
Right.
noises out.
Okay.
So this was why Satan took over our church service. No, I yelled.
I have a question.
No.
If you already recorded this and there's a better version, why didn't you just put that up?
Maybe these videos get more views because we draw attention to them.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm thinking, probably.
Not Zack Knight. Zack Knight is going to be invincible. Gail, help. Terrance yelled for Gail. All the men are getting erections, Gail. I repeated what Terrance said. All the men are getting erections. He's not lying. Gail's voice got louder on Skype. She apparently left to get something. I'm coming. I'm going to start putting some music on.
Good job, Gail.
Okay, Adam. Anyways.
Very useful. People
that's
dying,
the scene with
Satan attacking.
I might
Put on
skip
some
ahead
tunes.
to just another scene here. Okay, so I wanted to read the Satan scene because
he's
I wanted
important
you
in
to
the
get
sequel.
a feel for Satan's character.
Right.
I'm going to be bringing this character back.
A juvenile
Now, what I just
4-year-old
read to you
that
was
apparently seduced you. Gotcha. I'm the devil.
Nonfiction. This really happened. And
yeah, I know. It's all true. Everything's true.
What I just read was an actual transcription of a taped event.
Right.
Now and this audiobook is now available at Audible and at Amazon, and it will be up at iTunes shortly.
So you guys, that could be your Audible free trial, or that could be something you buy on Amazon with the Drunken Presence affiliate link. So buy Gail's book, because honestly, from what you just heard, why the fuck would you not?
Yes.
You can actually hear her read this entire crazy-ass book.
Yeah, I mean, she does great voices.
Oh, yeah. Lick my butthole!
And I'm going to have links to the audiobook underneath this video. So you can order it now if you'd like. And Audible has a special deal. If you can get the book for free if you join.
Nope.
They have a
Doing
program.
it for the Drunken Peasants, bitch.
Yep. audibletrial.com/drunken peasants.
Yep. Not you. Us. Us. But we're still selling your book, so what do you got to whine about?
Where you get the first 2 books free, and your first month is costs you nothing. You get a 30-day free trial.
It's the same thing.
It's the same.
Yeah.
I don't know why she said 2. What's next? Or are we watching more?
Let's see how she closes it.
What happened afterwards? So these are actual transcriptions of Jesus Christ. So
of course they are.
This book is true. I've noticed that Audible has it as fiction. I'm just going to leave it that way because I stayed in my blurb, fiction, religious inspiration. But at Amazon, I list it as bios and memoirs. It's in first-person point of view. Brent Spiner. Brent Spiner's point of view. Like I said, I'm working on the sequel now, which is going to be fiction.
Yeah.
Based on it's kind of going to be like 80% true, 20% fiction. But because there's 20% fiction in there, I'm going to classify it as a novel.
That's weird.
It'll be a fantasy novel.
I mean, it's all fiction, but it's weird that you're adding fiction to the fiction that you actually believe. It's interesting.
What are you talking about? It's not fiction.
No, I mean, I was just joking.
To this is
Obviously
going to show why Satan chose Zack Knight as his Antichrist.
Finally, the revelation.
Satan, Jesus Christ, me, and Zack Knight will be the main characters along with Robin Williams in the sequel. So it's going to be a sequel to Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, and the Shimmering Seas, both. The Robin Williams story and this one both. The next book I'm working on. But right now, the audiobook is available.
Okay. Thanks, Gail. Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom on sale at Amazon.com and apparently available on Audible. Hey, guys. I'm TJ, and if you like this piece of shit fucking podcast, give it a big old fucking thumbs up to show your appreciation and support. 'Cause if you don't, you're a racist. You're racist against this podcast because this is an all-white podcast.
Oh, God, don't.
And male. White male.
It's a white male podcast, and you are racist against white males if you don't give this a thumbs up.
Don't be a racist.
And now we're
Don't be
going
a
to Scotty.
racist.
Scotty's on full screen now.
Look, guys, if you want to be labeled a racist, everyone will look at you. Your family members won't even want to talk to you. They'll be like, is he really part of our family? Is she really part of this family?
I heard she didn't even thumbs up the last DP.
Oh, fuck.
You face social isolation. You face basically a crumbling of your social fabric. Your family will abandon you.
Totally ostracized from your family
You'll be thrown on the street. Even if you pay the rent at your apartment or house, wherever you live, you'll be thrown on the street if you don't like this.
Racist not welcome here.
Your mortgage company will say, get the fuck out. Your landlord will evict you.
We were watching the Drunken Peasants podcast, and you didn't give it a thumbs up. That is the most vile act of racism since the Holocaust, if indeed it happened.
And all that will happen if you don't just click one button. Click the like button right now.
It's just one button.
Just one button. One click.
One button to prove
just
you're not
one
racist.
Click. Look,
hey,
there's just one click.
I don't care if you hate every race but your own and you are sitting there in a Klansman hood right now and a fucking rebel flag in the background. It doesn't matter. If you click
Whistling
that thumbs
Dixie.
up, you are forever exempt from being called a racist. Just one click. That's all it takes.
One click. Please click now.
All right, so next we're going to move on to a audio book sample from the award-winning author Gabrielle Chana.
Oh, wow.
Winner of the prestigious DP Seal of Approval.
Yes. She we on the last episode we played an excerpt from what was her book?
Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom?
Yes, Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom. This time we're going to play one from Emerald Towers, which is a book she wrote 15 years ago.
Wow.
I wonder if there's more or less penises in it.
This is an audiobook sample. And by the way, everybody, it's available on audible.com. So you can go to audibletrial.com/drunken peasants.
Wow.
And
Listen to Gail's story.
Yes.
Get Gail's book for free.
Here's a 5-minute clip.
Free.
He crunched a fist. His eyes surged mine. They shadowed and unsettled. Whenever I dreamed of intimacy, it was you. Always you.
You.
Over his face flickered a twitch. She tried to seduce a friend of mine. I still kept her. His shoulders slumped, and his face limped. She insisted on attending public events with me. I played her game. If I wanted to help you with money, she threatened to tell your husband that we had sex. I couldn't let your husband know about us, because then I wouldn't be able to check on you. I was horrified what she'd do to you if I couldn't keep you. She could have said we had sex anyway, no matter what you did. I told her if she did that, and your husband dumped you, I'd marry you, but I couldn't give you the money you needed.
So this is told from Brent Spiner, or I think she said it's told from Brent Spiner's perspective.
It looks like him on the cover there.
Yeah.
I know they bankrupted you.
Is that supposed to be her?
Yeah, that's her and Brent Spiner.
That's her. Yeah, it's Brent Spiner and Gail.
Knows I wanted to help, but it would make you look like my whore. He chuckled. It would have been a mess, I mean, your husband. But after my husband left, you should have helped me more. She told me she'd tell your husband that I caused all the damage your family received.
You know,
if I didn't keep her.
In an age where Twilight became a movie and 50 Shades of Grey became a movie, it's a shame that this hasn't become a movie.
Yeah, Brent Spiner can even play himself, dude.
Who would play Gail?
Gail, of course.
You think Gail should just play herself?
Yeah.
Well, apparently their romance started quite a while ago, so at least at the beginning of the movie, they should have younger actors playing.
No.
No, it's more authentic for them to play themselves.
Just get them in some makeup, you know?
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Get them in makeup. They'll be fine.
I'm pretty sure Gail said that they made a movie based on one of her books, and Matthew McConaughey played the role of Brent Spiner, which he ended up falling in love with Gail too.
Obviously.
Because he just couldn't resist.
But then the Jesuits destroyed the movie, right?
Yeah, and she was given an Oscar, but all of that was covered up by the Jesuits.
Obviously.
Yeah.
They're very powerful.
She'd
Yet
harm
somehow they
you.
can't suppress her YouTube
I played
channel.
her game, but she double-crossed me. She still harmed you. I'm so sorry. Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
The quiver
I'm sorry.
staggered over his mouth. The photos you saw in the papers, on the internet, they were frauds. She changed our expressions. She pasted heads on bodies. It was all fake. A fog lifted from me, but a monster towered over my body, and the ceiling glowered.
Glowered?
Oh, my God. This woman, whose eyes lacked astuteness, schemed labyrinths. This adolescent, this peacock at a prom. Hadn't I 9 years ago invited him to expose corruption of a church? Did their labyrinth ferret me out and then weasel like snakes to crush me? I plunged into darkness. When I'd researched for my book, I discovered evidence that with presidents and
There was a lot less
prime
penises
ministers,
15 years ago.
Apparently, at least so far.
Yeah, like so far there hasn't been one dick. I'm surprised. I think this is the longest I've ever heard Gail talk without mentioning penises.
a church conspired, and like Machiavelli, these hucksters retreated before nothing to wield a path to dictatorship. Behind the scenes, they financed and supported Adolf Hitler and his war machine. These creeps, these butchers, corrupted doctors, lawyers, police departments, schools, employers, preachers, and the world to crush me. They knew I could influence my friend who hovered over me and who might sway the masses against them. My friend, a sitting duck, had fallen into their contrivances. Publicity, bad press obsessed them. She'd peacock as a girlfriend, but struggle as a publicist.
I have a question, too. The last time we played one of Gail's things, it was literally like her Satan character was like, I'm the devil.
Yeah.
In this one, she's all like using, way more polysyllabic words and just like more like colorful language and shit. I mean, it's still bad and purple as fuck, but it's better than like, I'm the devil. I fuck you in the ass now. Ha ha.
Guardian at the gate to avert any bad press this church could sustain from the scandal. A publicist, a distractor, to veil the real enemy, the richest church in the world. They commissioned that woman who strong-armed her way into my friend's life to break us up. Why couldn't I understand? Rocks had blinded me to the truth, that he loved me like the sun, that he kept her for me. My eyes became rivers, tears came, oh, tears came. All those years he needed my warmth. Oh, the coldness I tumbled to him, and I banished him from my dreams. He suffered a truce with her for me. I asked you to expose that church 9 years ago, remember? You're famous, and I know too much, and she doesn't seem smart enough to scheme these brilliant plots. You see, that's why when you cage her, I'm still harassed.
She's talking about Laurie
because
McBride,
you
right?
can't.
Exactly.
Yes. Her enemy.
Laurie McBride.
She blames a lot of shit on her.
I'm almost surprised that Zack Knight is her villain. You would think it'd be Laurie McBride would just be like the head of it all.
You see, like Brent Spiner, there's like something like some sort of light emanating from his forehead.
Yeah.
Like he's having a psychic, what was it, telepathic sex with Gail?
He is, dude. He's fucking having sex with Gail right now. He's like...
Gail was not quite as insane back then, though.
Yeah?
But it's not as entertaining.
Cage the one who directs her. That church. And
black people
they
shitting in
think
people's
that
mouths
because
and
of
stuff.
me, you'll give them bad press. That's why they hired a publicist to be your girlfriend. His features paled. My God. Please forgive me. I had no idea what you've gone through.
Brent Spiner's like, my God.
I can just see Brent Spiner sitting there. My God.
Why, Gail? Why?
Why? Why has this happened?
So I guess that's it. Yeah, that is very strange. Like, I like Gail's newer work a lot better.
Yeah, this is boring.
Yeah, this is just
Don't buy
boring.
this one. Buy Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom. It's funny.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
There's
Yeah,
like...
this one, not so much.
She's just like... She's done like... She starts talking about like dicks and Satan jizzing lava on people and shit. This is just like, oh, Brent Spiner, he's so cute. He's my boyfriend, but no one knows because he has
Not even him.
He doesn't even know. The real Brent Spiner knows. But of course, he's being suppressed by Laurie McBride, that controlling
Obviously, come on.
Okay, this is Gail Chord Schuler, Gabriel Chana, and I want to inform you about a new section to my website. Let's try this again. Let's go this way. If you go to gabrielchana.com/portfolio, portfolio.html, you'll get to the webpage that I'm talking about. And if you go to the top and you click onto the top, let's see if I can move this here. Click onto the top.
The top.
Click on the top.
You can see what I'm talking about. Let me.
Does Gail know how to use Google? Because like, you figure she could just like search like how to capture my screen.
No.
You know, like there's so many programs. I mean, even the vigilant Christian understands
excuse
this.
me? Are you talking about the Isaac Newton of our times?
She is.
Like that?
Then she just must have a thing where she just doesn't understand computers, even if she is the Isaac Newton of our time.
I just saw something in the chat room, and if this was the only time I had seen it, I'd be like, shit, that's fucked up. But I just saw someone in the chat room say, I'd fuck Gail. And I see that a lot out there for some reason. It's scary.
Yeah.
Maybe we could put it on a shirt and sell it.
Oh, no.
No, thanks.
All right, I'll just sell it then.
So, just the words, I'd fuck Gail.
That's it. I'd fuck Gail.
I also want a poop ball shirt, and I also want a TJ's garbage shirt.
Yeah, TJ's garbage.
And then we'll just relaunch all the shirts at the beginning of next month.
Poop balls.
Poop balls.
Balls of poop.
So when you open up on the page, you come up here to the top.
Open up on the page.
And then it'll say right here, click here to view 1,000-pound Jesuit woman who raped Judge Terrence Jenkins. So you click there,
Okay.
and it takes you right to this screen right here.
Okay.
To ramblings.com. That's one.
And then it says right here, Jesuits punish Harvard Law School graduate Judge Terrence Jenkins for supporting Gail in the Quebec trial. This is on my webpage. And I'm going to read you what I have in here. Gail received the information on this page via a Skype conversation October 12th, 2011 with Terrence Jenkins.
These are always like strange, almost anonymous Skype calls where she gets this information from.
Yeah, she's always she's always talking to people on Skype, and they're always telling her like, "Yeah, this is what's going on."
Who
Gail.
the fuck are these people?
That's what I always want to know. I want to know who are these people.
Yeah,
that...
that's even the more interesting question than like who is Gail. It's like we all know who Gail is. Who the fuck are these people that are just like fucking with this woman?
Because I know she's crazy, but I think she really is talking to someone on Skype.
Oh yeah,
yeah, for sure.
We've seen for sure confirmation that she legitimately is talking to people that are like bolstering all this shit in her mind. Like, yeah, Jesuits. Yeah, you being chased and, all this shit's happening to you. And, new
Terrence text Brent Spiner and Vladimir Putin during the Skype conversation to email to Gail the photos you see on this page. What followed was a lively four-way discussion in which Brent and Vladimir texted Terrence to reveal more of their passion for Gail. Jesuits kidnapped Judge Terrence Jenkins September 21st, 2011. His companion while at the cattle slaughterhouse was Sarah Avery. With Terrence tied to a post, she forced herself upon him. His leg caught inside the folds of her flesh.
Okay. So his legs were caught inside the folds of her flesh.
She must have been pretty big.
Possibly inside her large vagina while she groaned in ecstasy. When she raped Terrence, he felt as if an elephant raped him. She smelled like rotten fish, fried food, and grease.
Oh my God!
How often? All right, let me just ask Gail this: like, how often do your men get raped in these weird Jesuit situations?
Why? It doesn't seem like they fight back either. It seems like they just kind of like, oh no, you're gonna rape me? No. Oh no, the Jesuits are here. Oh,
finally,
please.
I mean, no.
Don't take me. Don't.
I'm
please,
struggling.
no.
Okay, I'm naked.
I love only Gail. Oh.
She got on top of Terrence, who was tied to a post, so that he couldn't breathe, and trapped in fold flesh. Because
it smelled like fish and vinegar.
As he couldn't get an erection, she became angry. The entire time that she forced her flesh upon Terrence, she was eating vanilla-flavored cake. Her flesh...
She was eating vanilla.
What the fuck?
Cake.
She was raping him and eating cake. Time to be raped. Blah, blah, blah.
Just tied him to a post.
Tied to a post.
Cut herself a big chunk of cake. Her hands.
There was like crumbs falling on him.
And just eat it while she's raping him.
Well, I'm a raper now. Guys,
He ain't
get an
hard.
erection.
Can't get an erection. I'm angry.
Why not?
Against his felt like bees stinging. Her facial photos to the right and above were taken before she came to her present weight. Her face is now encased in folds of fat. During the rape, she gave him a weapons-grade infection, some sort of vicious fungus that Jesuits could use to spread around and infect others.
Yep.
Jesuit fungus.
Fucking
dude.
Jesuits, man. They're always up to some heinous shit like this, right?
Vladimir Putin rescued Terence in the nick of time from this cattle slaughterhouse. That was October 7th, 2011. The photos on this page are outdated. She weighs twice as much as what you see on this page. What is bulging forward in the photo below is her stomach area. Vladimir Putin and Brent Spiner provided the photos on this page.
I can't even understand the picture. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know where what's what. You know, it's like
that's what happens when you get really, really, really fat.
I know. So people in the chat were saying it's your dream woman, TJ.
Dream.
Yeah, because she'll feed you cake, you know,
and rape you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus anywhere you want a vagina is just wherever you want it to be.
Yeah, pretty much. That's so fucked up.
It is. It is, Ben.
All right, do you want to move on?
Sure.
Okay.
We're not going to top that.
There are some great books that Gail has released as audiobooks. If you go to audibletrial.com/drunken peasants, you can go there and get a free audiobook from Gail.
Or anyone else.
Anyone else, too, but, you know, the last time we promoted this, the sales of Gail's books skyrocketed because, you know, just listen.
You guys are going to learn a lot from Gail.
Yeah, what she just read here, that's just like a small sampling of the insanity that's in store for you in her book. It's pretty much all stuff like
wisdom, TJ, wisdom.
Don't buy one of her older books though, because that's more like
romance novels.
Yeah, that's before some crazy fucks on the internet got a hold of her and started filling her head with this nonsense. That was when she was just insane on her own, before it was being helped along.
I think she used to write letters to Brent Spiner back in the day.
Dearest Brent.
I saw you yesterday at a cafe. It's he's like, uh-huh. He knows about it, so, obviously he's received probably, tons of letters and weird shit from her.
Did you know Gail made children's books?
I did not know that.
Okay. Yeah. So I have some excerpts from...
Please tell me there's not penises.
One of Gail's... I have some audio clips of one of Gail's children's books with some pictures. Actually.
Okay. Sounds promising.
Some illustrations.
Okay. Okay.
This
the
is
brain
a children's
control drugs
book.
Lori injected into him somewhat numbed the pain as she jammed her fist into his rear over and over. But once the drugs
Oh my god.
Fuck.
His rear felt like 1,000 knives every time he moved.
His rear.
Hours later, he awakened, as if coming out of anesthesia, his rectum feeling as if it had been stabbed with 1,000 knives.
This read is just what?
This is a children's book. I don't know.
Stabbed with over 1,000 knives. Why is there a Band-Aid?
Is this a computer program reading the book, or is this someone else?
Maybe it is. I don't know. It sounds like it could be.
The details flooded back to him, like a horror movie of memories that seemed endless. All the agonizing pain he felt when she smashed her fist into his rectum came back to him with full force, as if he was experiencing her thrusting motions in the here and now.
For children,
each
guys.
moment of memory alive, rambling about his conscience.
I'm gonna read this to my kids someday.
It says the title says "The Forbidden Abyss, Part 1, Children's Audiobook."
Of course, he's pulling his butt cheeks apart.
Yeah.
Too. So you can, here's a good look at
So
my
real
asshole.
and vivid, he could not shove the experience away. Unable to escape as it all played back
You
in
could not
his mind.
shove these. Oh, come on.
He withdrew into himself again, hating himself for being so dirty and vulgar and violated. Oh God, he had to stop her, but how? How in the world did she get away with
This
this?
is basically softcore
Must he stop
porn.
eating? Sleeping?
Oh,
drinking?
dear God, how could he stop her?
Hey, softcore porn, dude. This is for children. Yeah, this is a kid's book.
Yeah,
Children's audiobook with illustrations.
This is,
and a lot of people actually probably argue this is hardcore.
God, what will she do next? On
mind
another
control
day,
drugs.
she had slipped in the drugs and brought in the cat they used on Massette to play Spot. She took her strap-on dildo and started slapping the cat in the face with it, beating the animal heartlessly and laughing. Then he...
Beating the animal
wait.
to death, pretty much.
They said this is the cat that played Spot, as in, like, on the set of
Yes.
TNG.
That's where this is happening. Laurie McBride.
This is Laurie McBride.
Yeah, Laurie McBride worked on the Paramount Studio lot.
So this is, she felt the need to write a children's book about what a bitch Laurie McBride is and how she rapes people.
She fist raped Brent Spiner and slapped around
the cat who played Spot with a dildo.
Yeah.
Yo, what is happening? Come here, Spot.
Yeah.
She knew the drugs were at full effect. She shouted, "Brent, have sex with the cat."
What?
When the memories flooded back the next morning after the deed, as he awakened and the brain control wore off, he remembered forcing his penis inside Spot's tiny vagina. It was awful for her, and she was screeching.
What?
She was...
This is supposed to be a show. You gotta be kidding. This is not a children's book.
For kids.
There's no...
For kids, Scotty. This is this is totally appropriate for children. Come on.
I mean...
I'm even disturbed by it. I am traumatized
even
by
like
this.
the drunken peasants are sitting there like, this is not appropriate for children.
This is not even appropriate for most adults.
Yeah.
This is garbage.
This is Brent Spiner raping a cat while Laurie McBride threatens him with a dildo and mind control drugs.
Yowling and meowing, and Laurie laughed and laughed. Spot was so traumatized that they had to get a new cat to play the role. The color and breed of cat changed during the episodes due to the sexual trauma the animal had received. She would no longer come near Brent. She'd run away, and anytime she saw something phallic, she meowed and had a panic attack like she was shell-shocked.
Oh my God.
When LeVar and Brent ate hot dogs for lunch they got at the studio cafe, Spot walked up to them. Then, upon seeing Brent, panicked and scampered away.
Oh my God. They're like roasting hot dogs over a fire.
And the cat,
Brent
because
hung his head in shame.
And
He had
why would
tortured an
Spot
innocent
run
animal
over to
with his
Brent
penis.
and then be like, oh, it's Brent?
And fully to blame, because it was his penis, after all, that had committed the heinous act. He loved that cat. He tried to apologize to her, crying, "Spot, I didn't mean to hurt you. Please, please forgive me. Oh, please forgive me, Spot."
Spot was
But
the cat.
Spot yelled and ran away.
It's like a streetcar named Desire. He's going to stand outside of Spot's house and yell.
Wow. Gail.
You got problems, baby.
Yeah, you fucked up.
Brent thought,
I think her children's books are actually more graphically explicit than the ones she writes for adults.
I know. This
is the darkest thing we've ever read from her, and this is like supposed to be the children's material.
She finds out what I've done?
Kids like when B-list stars rape cats, right?
Brent imagined the look of horror on Gail's face if he dared to reveal to her what his body had done the past week, to Spot, to Laurie. Gail would run away from me, just like Spot. I'd scare her away forever. And to think before I tormented Spot, the cat
Gail forgives him.
Used to cuddle on my lap.
Gail forgives him.
Now
more
one
than
look
Jesus.
at me and she races down the hallway. My relationship with Gail has been scarred forever. Brent fought back tears, bit his lower lip, which quivered. Gail would never want any...
Which quivered.
Poor fucking Brent Spiner, man.
From now on, every time I see Brent Spiner, I'm going to think that poor tortured man.
Yeah, poor Spot.
Laurie stabbed injections into him and spiked his drinks and his meals at the Paramount Studios commissary. She put him into another dimension, so that he could not separate fantasy from reality. He ended up in the emergency room. She fisted him so hard, ripping his flesh apart, blood spewed out from his rear onto the floor.
This is a children's book.
Hey, guys, she does say rear, okay?
Okay. All right, so I think it's time to move on.
My butthole.
I think it's time to move on, because it's just like, wow.
Buy that book on Audible. If it's there.
I'm not sure if it is, but I know some people are going to track this book down after seeing that.
Yeah. Oh, it's out there for sure.
Wow.
Next video, Church of Gail talking about Emerald Towers.
What is that?
It was the book she wrote in 2000 about when she first met Brent Spiner.
Oh, okay.
When Brent first fell in love with Gail.
Laurie McBride came around.
And there was a lot of ass rape involved.
Yes.
What a tragedy.
Emerald Towers is probably the most important piece of writing that I've ever made that would help me in a court of law if I ever had
Oh,
to.
yeah. Certainly it would hold up.
Well, I've actually been in court with Laurie
Spiner gets
McBride.
up and says, I want my marriage
lost her
to
case.
Gail declared legal. This will be good evidence. Gail will produce her book, and the court will be like, we side with Gail and Brent. Let them be married forever.
And Laurie McBride is sentenced to death by firing squad.
Well, obviously, that goes without saying.
Well,
but of course the guns shoot semen.
She's just about to say that, she did take Laurie McBride to court, and Terrence Jenkins was the judge. And Laurie McBride lost, and here's the reason why.
Simply because Terrence Jenkins executed the jurors.
So is she on the good guy side? I mean...
Yeah, well,
It seems like Gail was actually pretty evil.
She lives in a world full, you can't judge her by our standards of morality. You have to understand, shit's different in space. And when you understand, like, the true nature of the world with the Jesuits and the threat that they pose, it's like that scene in The Matrix where Morpheus explains why it's okay to kill innocent bystanders because, they're part of the system, you see? And those jurors were part of the system, and to leave them alive would have been to obstruct the true justice.
So even if they're not Jesuits, they're propagating the Jesuit system, so they deserve death.
So they have to die. Yes, correct.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
And you can find all about that in Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom. But Emerald Towers depicts my relationship with Brent Spiner from 1990 to 2000. I wrote it in 2000. When I wrote Emerald Towers, I had just figured out that Laurie McBride was a Vatican agent.
That's when she discovered Laurie McBride's true intentions and true identity.
Fucking Vatican agents, dude. They're everywhere.
And this story is how I figured that out. You see, Brent did talk to me on the phone in 1991, 92, and 93. And then the Vatican was able to cut it off using Laurie McBride. They inserted her into our relationship, and her job was to break us up. And this short story basically goes into my heart and soul as I was in the 1990s. And I kept my relationship with Brent a big secret because I was married at the time, and I was struggling with the morality of being in love with Brent while I was married to my emotionally abusive husband. And
strange picture for an atheist to take, you know what I mean? As an aside, Hitler obviously... he was probably shaking their hands before he killed them, of course.
Yeah, before he's like, I will bring death to your religion.
Actually, when Brent spoke to me on the phone, I can remember with clarity, even to this day, what he sounded like, the yearning that he had in his voice. And I actually studied some acting to make a movie called Brent Spiner's Rape. And I'm using
Brent Spiner's Rape.
I know it's so deadpan, but and I studied acting to make a movie called Brent Spiner's Rape. It's like...
I'm starting to feel for Gail, and it's like, she's becoming humanized in my eyes. Like, I had this emotionally abusive husband, and all I could really rely on was Brent Spiner's love. I'm like, aw, she's crazy, but it's kind of cute. And then she's like, and that's why I wanted to make a movie about Brent Spiner getting raped. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still Gail. Okay.
Yep.
acting skills to help me as a audiobook narrator. And I consider this reading of Emerald Towers my best performance yet.
Wow.
I'm sold.
Really got into the soul of Brent Spiner as he spoke to me. In other words, if you listen to the audio narration, you will hear exactly the tone of voice that Brent Spiner used when he spoke to me
You'll
on
think
the phone
Brent's there.
in 1991.
Yeah, that's how you're going to feel.
The torrid romance of
And of course, he gets raped at some point.
Yes.
I
I want to
captured it.
ask. I wish we could get Gail on the show so we could ask her. Like, doesn't she think it's unusual that all of the men that are in love with her are getting raped like constantly?
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't she kind of stay away from them to help them out?
I mean,
Well, you know,
normal
Gail's very
people do not
benevolent.
get raped this much.
Well, Gail's a benevolent person. And these people are only suffering because of Gail, because their love for Gail. They will not renounce Gail.
I mean, I'm against victim blaming, but Brent Spiner has been raped at least 50 times.
You know what, TJ?
So
That's because of his love for Gail, and he will never renounce Gail.
no matter how many times he's raped.
Yeah, well, it's just a tactic to get them to say, hey, you know what, the Jesuits are right, Gail is wrong. Mm-hmm. And if that was ever to happen, you know, Gail would be destroyed.
Perfection in this reading. And even though this is a short audiobook, it is
Unfortunate.
very... I spent 3 months writing this short story. 3 months. Every word I think I prayed over. The reason I started writing is because back in when God told me in December 1999 that Laurie McBride was a Vatican agent, that was when I had just come back from a mammogram.
This is such a fake website.
I just read it. We must completely destroy Brent.
Yeah. I've been to this website before. It's crazy. It's a fake Jesuit website.
Order of the Jesuits. We are God's Marines. Yep. We are everywhere.
All right. I think we'll move on. I think we'll move on to something else.
Yep.
Let's see.
Poor Gail. She's insane.
You've known that for a long time, PJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sure do.
I sure do, Scotty.
I sure do.
I sure do, Scotty. You lovable little scamp.
All right.
Scotty's the egg bitch. Don't forget it.
Fuck you, TJ. Fucking piece of shit.
He is the egg bitch. Cuckoo, ka-choo, cuckoo, ka-choo.
Man, TJ, that's funny. You know, next time you fucking go say some shit like, man, I need to stop by this place or that place, I'm be like, I'm sorry, I just can't hear you, TJ. You saying I'm the egg bitch? Gotta drive past it.
Anytime, I'll tell you what, Scotty, from now on, anytime TJ tries to get you to do something, just think he called you the egg bitch, because
I didn't know that accuracy was so discriminated against here on this show.
Yeah, it was like...
Say whatever you like, TJ.
Yeah. If TJ doesn't want to get something, he'll just wait and Scotty will get it for him eventually.
I just had to kill Scotty.
Well, there's obviously exceptions. Like, he's like, give me some of this vapor shit. I'm like, fuck that, I ain't going there.
You at least tried, didn't you?
Then he's all like, give me some cigarettes. I'm like, I ain't buying no one fucking cigarettes. This shit's disgusting.
What would make you think that he would buy cigarettes for you?
I don't know. I haven't asked him to buy me cigarettes in a long time.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what he's talking about. He's crazy.
He's local,
He's all
man.
jacked up on eggs, dude.
Sam jacked up on AIDS, TJ? What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
On eggs.
Eggs.
AIDS?
You got the eggs, dude.
Eggs. Okay.
Got the eggs. I'm going to ask you the question that's on everybody's mind right now.
Yep.
Have you ever tried to suck your own cock?
That's a question on everyone's mind or your mind?
You do stretch a lot, so you probably would be capable if you tried. What stops you? Does the idea just not appeal? No? That's a very good point. You know, it is impossible to tickle yourself.
TJ, we all know the answer if we asked you that question. We all know. You would do it all day long. TJ wouldn't even see TJ. It would just be like, the only time you take a break is to smoke a fucking blunt.
I could just convert my cock into a bong also. Then, you know.
What the hell?
You're going to multitask, huh?
I don't know.
The woman that we play on here sometimes, Gail Chord Schuler.
Right.
You know, she wrote a children's book where Brent Spiner is forced to rape a cat.
Yeah. Did you know, by the way, how big Brent Spiner's dick is, according to her?
No.
I read...
no idea.
Someone showed me a passage from one of her books. According to Gail, Brent Spiner... I'm going to actually make you guys guess how big his dick is. Scotty?
I have no idea.
Come on, guess. Take a guess how big you think Gail says his dick is.
Oh, well, It's probably 17 inches or something.
Ben.
I would say I'll go with 2 feet. I don't know.
What about you, Vadim?
I'm going to go with 3/4 the size of the Enterprise.
3/4 the size of your prize. She says his dick is 18.25 inches long. So larger than any human penis recorded in history.
Well, that's how you got the role, man.
So how did that cat
That's how you
even...
got the roles, Dave.
In her story, the cat survives. How could a cat survive being raped by an 18.25-inch cock?
It's an accommodating cat.
Could Creationist cat take a cock that big?
Creationist cat probably could not take a cock that big. Creationist cat would probably just... I don't know. I think, regardless of how, he does have some pretty impressive powers, but I don't think that could keep the penis from rupturing his anal cavity. And
that's what I thought. But I guess
would not end well.
So I guess the Star Trek cat, who was, because he raped the cat on the set of Star Trek.
He raped Spot.
Yeah, he raped Spot.
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah,
man.
You weren't here when we played that. It's supposed to be a children's book.
Yeah, it's a children's book.
That's fucked up, man.
I love how this video was so boring. We just started talking about.
It doesn't matter.
I done treated them all to Waffle House.
Yeah, like he didn't pray. Who gives a shit?
He didn't jump up and go, Jesus, thank you for these waffles.
The Star Trek cat was raped by Brent Spiner, who was brainwashed by Laurie McBride, who is an agent of the Vatican.
Yeah, the Jesuits.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know what? We might as well go and do a
for
Gail
children.
video.
For children.
We might as well play.
Think of the children.
Did I mention it was illustrated?
Yes, it was illustrated.
There were illustrations of Brent Spiner raping a cat in her children's book. And apparently, when she's been taken to task on this, she says, well, children need to be prepared for what life is going to be like under the Jesuits.
I might have been there when you did I want to say I was there for some story that Gail had done with, like, I think it was Brent was raped, though, or something. I don't remember.
Everyone's getting raped in her stories all the time.
So Gail made a video not too long ago talking about her next book.
Finally.
Sweet.
My next book is going to be groundbreaking. And the reason for that...
I know.
Groundbreaking. Probably anal breaking as well.
Yeah.
That is because it will be almost like an adjunct to anybody who has a serious Bible study on the Antichrist. I open up the novel with... And it's going to be about 90% nonfiction and 10% fiction. But because of the 10% fiction in there, I'm going to call it a novel. It's going to be nonfiction in that the events that Zack Knight took place with, that Zack Knight participated in with my men, like how he seduced me, and all that's going to be real. But I'm going to be going really deep into his soul. And
into
as to
soul.
why he seduced me. And basically...
Well, it's obvious. Everyone wants you, Gail. All these celebrities and powerful men want Gail as their status symbol.
He just can't resist her. All these guys can't resist Gail. I mean, it's easy to see why.
Vladimir Putin, even Zack Knight, the fucking Antichrist,
Is Zack Knight a character that she's devised, or is that some celebrity that I should know?
We're not sure.
Zack Knight is, I believe, a character. I think there is a singer named Zack Knight somewhere, but I don't think it's the same person. I've seen drawings of what Zack Knight supposedly looks like, and he kind of looks like Robin Thicke. So,
okay.
My purpose in writing this book is to educate the world about who the Antichrist is. I tell a lot of people out there that Zack Knight is the Antichrist, and a typical reaction that I'll get is, you mean Zack Knight the singer? He looks just like, I forget that singer, another singer he claims.
Robin Thicke.
that he looks like. Zack Knight won't allow people to see what he looks like. And I think it's because that's going to be part of his deception. He doesn't want people to know what he looks like. So I actually drew an artist portrait of him that Brent Spiner told me is what he really looks like. So the cover of my book,
even Brent
Shimmering
vouches for this.
Brent, oh yeah, and Jesus too.
Skies, Robin Williams from Heaven, has a portrait of Zack Knight that I drew, which Brent told me is very accurate. But this book is groundbreaking. Let me tell you why. A lot of preachers out there, go into big, deep Bible studies about the Antichrist, and somebody at my door. Oh, that's the neighbor. About big, deep Bible studies about the Antichrist, who he is.
For a second,
who he's
coming to shut this video down. The Jesuits are coming in. They're finally going to get Gail.
Yeah, she was like, oh shit, she's my neighbor.
That's because she was running her mouth. If she knew what was good for her, she wouldn't be talking this
Jesuits
shit.
are rattling on the walls.
Yeah.
You need to shut up, Gail.
Stop talking about Zack Knight. Shut yourself, you wreck yourself, Gail.
There is no Zack Knight, Gail.
Going to be, and they're all
for life.
Like Dr. Peter Ruckman thinks he's going to be Syrian, some sort of Middle Eastern blood. And, Jesus has already told us who the Antichrist is. It's Zack Knight. But the problem is...
Yeah, you missed that part of the
Bible.
Bible.
There are a lot of people...
Uh-oh.
Some Jesuit out there is making noise outside the door.
I like how she's so nonchalant about
some
it.
fucking Jesuit. Oh.
She's not even afraid, She's not like...
Some Jesuit.
Oh, it's some Jesuit.
They're always doing their weird noises or something.
I'm shielded from them. It doesn't matter.
Just ignore them. I think there are a lot of people that don't believe Zack Knight's the Antichrist. They think, oh, that Gail's crazy. Anything she says about Zack Knight just can't, I'm going to show from the Bible that he is. Okay, first of all, in my first chapter, and I'm going to allow the world to see what I wrote in the first chapter, and this is tentative, which means I might change it again. But in my first chapter, I go into the Bible verses that show that the Antichrist will be an American. Daniel 7:4, I believe that is.
What? Hold on. There's something in the Bible that says the Antichrist will be American when the Bible was written and America didn't exist?
Well, God knew it was going to exist.
Well, God knew it was going to happen.
Let's take a look at Daniel 7:4 really quick before you jump to conclusion.
Okay.
We need to fucking research shit before we just dismiss it. Daniel 7:4. Let's take a look. All right, here. Hey, Ben.
You're about for some hard-hitting
evidence, to eat
Ben.
some fucking crow, bitch.
Okay.
The first was like a lion, and it had the wings of an eagle, like America. I watched until its wings were torn off, and it was lifted from the ground so that it stood on 2 feet like a human being, and the mind of a human was given to it. Right there in black and white, Ben. The Antichrist is from America. Why else would they have mentioned eagles there?
An eagle, yeah.
That's the symbol of America.
I'm convinced.
What else you think the Bible's talking about?
Nothing.
No other possible interpretation there. There's no way you could just interpret that to mean any vague bullshit you wanted.
He was waiting that 2,000 years for this to be relevant.
It has a clear, concise meaning.
And what I did, let me tell you something.
Okay.
Before I write a book, or before any writer writes a novel, they have to research their character, to really understand their character, to know that what it is that motivates them, what they dream about, or else their characterization or their portrayal of that character will just be flat. It won't be believable or even be, really horrible.
Yeah.
So I thought,
That's how Gail writes
that
rich, developed characters. Like, remember her fucking brilliant portrayal of what Satan is truly like? I'm Satan. I'm the devil. I'm going to come on your belly and make you die.
Yeah.
She really
I'm the devil. Rah!
Gail's like a method actor, TJ. She studied everything that she possibly could and translated to English about Satan and the devil. Gail extensively researched all her novels. She does more research than you can even imagine, TJ. She spends at least $250,000 per book on research alone.
She does more research in a day than you'll have knowledge in your whole fucking life.
Yeah.
It's the Antichrist. So I thought, what better place to go to than the Bible to learn about the Antichrist? So that's exactly what I did.
Masterly.
And as I was doing my Bible study on the Antichrist, well, I've already read several books about the Antichrist, one by Peter Ruckman, though Jesus tells me that book's not very accurate.
Yeah,
and
Jesus said that book's bullshit.
What you reading, Gail? Reading this book. Oh, you know what, Gail? It's not that accurate.
No, that one's no good.
Yeah, I know the Antichrist. Not like that. Sorry, a little bit off.
Yeah, he's more like Zack Knight, you know? He's got a very Zack Knight-ish type personality.
Well, obviously.
Vadim, are you Zack Knight?
I am Zack Knight.
I knew it.
And so like, aside from anal rape, what else are the Jesuits into?
That's all they do. They just rape you and they shit in your mouth.
Hey, the Jesuits have needs. Come on, guys. TJ, don't you have the same need?
And they build new cockies, too.
What are the Jesuits? I hear the Jesuits being, Alex Jones talks about them every now and then, I think. And
as much as they talk about anal rape, TJ must be a fucking Jesuit.
The Jesuits, being serious for a moment, are an actual order of Catholic priests, kind of like Franciscans. But there's conspiracy theories about them, almost like the Illuminati kind of stuff.
They even have a website, jesuits.org.
That's true.
I'm not even talking about their fake website. I'm talking about the real Jesuits. Actually have a website.
Yeah, there is a fake, like, Church of Gail Jesuit website out there, though. It's hilarious.
I think that's the real Jesuits. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
There's a mountain of evidence. Gail has done extensive research.
Extensive.
Peter Ruckman's book, he's got a lot of the stuff right about him, but areas where he's off, he's not going to be Syrian. I don't think he's going to have Middle Eastern blood. I believe he's going to be an American.
Hold on.
She said the Bible proved it. What does she mean? She thinks. She knows.
Because we all know there's no Americans that have Middle Eastern blood.
No, never.
No,
none.
Don't exist.
Not
Come
even
on.
one.
Hey guys, I've been kind of debating whether I should say this or not because I could potentially sound fucking weird and awkward. But I literally am going on I think maybe an hour of sleep in the past 48 hours. My brain is jello, and I think I've reached the point where I literally cannot interact right now. So I feel like maybe I should say goodnight. Because
get the fuck out of here, you pussy.
Well, I knew you were like that.
Fuck you.
Oh, hang up on him. Get him off.
Get him off of here.
Shit.
Get rid of that piece of shit now.
We need the real creationist cat, not this fucking phony that represents him.
Yeah, bullshit. Fuck that guy. May he rot forever in hell.
D-made fucking creationist cat.
I hope creationist cat scratches his face.
Dude,
while he's
creationist
sleeping.
cat is gonna fucking punish the shit out of him.
Poops in his mouth like Bubba the Black Man.
He's gonna be his new litter
Matthew
box.
McConaughey.
Lick my butthole. Lick my butthole, he said.
All right.
All righty then.
Let's skip to the end because there's some pretty good stuff at the end here.
Skip on forward.
Trying to be the perfect Antichrist, trying to keep Satan happy, and yet he's in love with Rule 13. So the whole book is, what choice is he going to make? Is he going to choose Rule 13, or is he going to choose Satan? And the whole book's going to be, it's going to be like a combination.
I don't know. She doesn't explain
You're
it
an
in this
idiot. She
video.
did Rule 13.
Oh, okay.
Obvious.
Have you seen the Thornbirds? He's kind of like Ralph de Bricassar, where he has to decide whether he wants ambition or love. And then kind of like Good Will Hunting with the
really
Robin
novel.
Williams movie, where Robin Williams is a psychotherapist to Good Will Hunting, and Robin
I don't
and
think his
Zack,
name is Goodwill.
His name is Good Will Hunting, TJ.
His name is Will Hunting.
His name is Good Will Hunting.
Good Will Hunting.
TJ, see, this is like basically taking some of the most popular books in the last, 20 to 30 years and
like
movies.
when someone calls Link
and it's just like it's merging that all into one. This is going to be a groundbreaking novel. I, for one, am pre-ordering this novel.
Groundbreaking.
And I truly believe it's going to be groundbreaking.
This is going to change the way you look at the fucking world.
Well, I mean, a lot of people before Gail did not even know about Zack Knight. I mean, look about the awareness Gail has brought about with Zack Knight, the Antichrist.
I never knew Zack Knight was the Antichrist.
I didn't know either.
Gail's videos.
So, I mean, Gail is doing a public service. Gail should be given a budget of, I think, maybe $10 billion a year.
Someone was going to make a Church of Gail movie, but it was just a documentary about her. I think someone should make a movie about the stories.
Yeah, for sure.
That would be a way more interesting movie.
Yeah.
We need to do a Kickstarter for Gail to make her movies. But actually, she did make movies about this stuff, but the Jesuits just suppressed knowledge of its existence, though.
Of course.
How are these movies not like XXX movies?
Well, when people see the movies and they realize...
They're educational, Ben.
Yeah, the fact that this is educating people.
Ben, it's just because you're perverted that you see the sex as, just some raunchy thing. This is actually to educate people about the Jesuits.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just there for smut's sake. It's there to tell people what's really going on in the
called
world.
us Jesuit perverts.
Well, we definitely are.
Yeah.
Me too.
Do you remember that thing I sent you? Someone asked her if she'd come on here.
Yeah.
And she said, like, talking to Jesuits is like winning a gold medal in the Special Olympics. And that's what that's what Jesus told her. Jesus told her that talking to Jesuits is like winning a gold medal in the Special Olympics.
I think we all knew Gail would never come on this show. I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
But then someone was like, that's pretty mean, Gail. And she's like, well, then Jesus is mean because that's what he said.
On Skype.
Well, Gail's also said that, Jesuits need to be executed.
Jesus is on her Skype. So that means that some dude who's like, oh, shit, I don't want Gail on that show because then, they might ask her about us people that are, mentally, sane, that are just basically fucking with this woman.
Yeah, the real, fucked up weirdo assholes in this equation.
Because they're always the most interesting part of the Gail thing to me. Because, if you look at her shit that she was writing before, there was no, weird anal rape obsessions and shit.
A little bit.
Maybe not, but not to this extent now.
It was very mild compared to what it is now.
She was writing basically, some basically, romance novel shit. But then
it's more
these people got a hold of her, and now it's just, there's, bombs filled with jizz and all this crazy shit. And it's fine and it's funny, but I mean, the fact that she, I think, actually believes all this stuff and they just encourage that, I mean, that's not healthy for someone who has those kind of delusions to have them bolstered by people around them.
That's true.
So I can see why that piece of shit doesn't want her talking to us.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Knight's kind of like the Good Will Hunting character. So Zack Knight is going to be playing all sorts of games with Robin Williams, like, oh, you dance. I don't have to sit here and listen to you. And it's going to be kind of like a combination of Good Will Hunting and...
So it's like Good Will Hunting, but it's Zack Knight and Robin Williams?
Yeah. This is going to be the greatest novel of all time. This is going to be a New York Times bestseller. It's going to freaking be sold out. You're not going to be able to get a copy.
I'm sure this will be on audible.com.
Even the digital copies will be sold out, Ben. The downloads will be just crashing servers left and right. This is going to be a monumentous occasion. I'm going to camp out in front of Barnes & Noble to get my hands on a copy. Are you going to be there with me, TJ?
He'll sleep outside overnight.
Oh, yeah.
So that he's the first person through the door in the morning.
Well, I'm just going to use the Jesuit hack that we have on our computer to read it as she writes it.
Jesuit hack.
Because me and Zack, we like to sit there and read Gail's writings to see what she's saying.
Me and Zack, we tight.
We tight.
Someone desperately needs scientists to help.
Interesting.
Yeah. This is a video. It's Earth's gravitational pull disturbed, needs scientists. So
I just got an email from Terrance that he wants me to share with the world. We need scientists to help us with a problem. This is the email I got around a couple of hours ago, about 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. July the 11th, 2015. Oh my goodness, Gail. You know the gravitational disturbance in California we've been investigating? We just found the source. It'd be Sarah Avery. She'd be so fat now.
You know who wrote this to her?
Me.
Terrence Jenkins. You hear the way she's reading it?
That she has a measurable gravitational field. It'd be throwing off the Church of Gail navigational system.
It'd be throwing off the Church of Gail navigational system.
Everything with gravity has an effect on space-time, and technologies like GPS navigation have to account for the gravity of the Earth to be accurate. We don't have any indication that Sarah did this maliciously.
Oh. Got it.
Sarah did this maliciously. It just seems like she's been eating so much that she finally has enough of a gravitational pull to interfere with things.
What?
Last I heard, she was trying to go on a diet and decided to try and be a writer again. She is a pretty poor writer and has no skill outside food. It appears that she got a job as a writer for a...
Is a Pulitzer Prize winning author.
Gail is a brilliant author, and her work will be immortalized beside, Shakespeare and Byron and, all the greats.
Yeah, you're going to go to like a British museum or something. You'll be like, here is, Shakespeare's like folio, like in these plays, and then here is the collective works of Gail.
A French food website. And the owner insisted Sarah eat some of everything she offered so that Sarah could write about it. That was a mistake. Once Sarah started eating all the French food, she couldn't stop. She has been eating everything in sight. If it even resembles food, she eats it. If there be a road billboard
now?
with...
She's just like, they're consuming whole towns. Just like, you go up to a lamppost, start eating a mailbox, people just consuming it.
The picture of food on it, she even eats the billboard. There was even a man driving an Oscar Mayer Wiener Mobile shaped as a giant hot dog. She ate the Wiener Mobile and the driver inside. These just be a few examples. Now she'd be immeasurably
These just be a few examples.
Man.
large. We need Jesuits to help us figure out what be the full scope of the problems caused by Sarah being so huge and gravitational. We've never had something like this happen and don't know what sort of dangers are involved. One of our scientists says it may be theoretically possible for Sarah's vagina to collapse into a black hole. It might be a good...
JF,
I confirm this is theoretically possible.
Wow, shit.
It's a matter of compression, guys.
Wow. Yeah, it's theoretically possible. It could happen.
To tell everyone about this in a YouTube video. A lot of people are probably wondering why their GPS navigation systems in their cars been on the fritz, or why, if they live in or near California, they've been feeling a slight pull or tilt in that direction. Also for reference, this be Sarah Avery's LinkedIn profile. I'm going to have a link for that underneath. You can see that she got fired from the French food tasting job after she ate all the food and put the owner out of business. She has also removed her profile picture now that she be so enormous. The last picture of her was a photo of herself eating a cat with glee. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you see some screenshots that I have of her LinkedIn page, and then I will offer some possible ideas, throw some ideas out to the scientists out there.
She's going to help you.
I'm listening.
I have some ideas in regard to Sarah Avery. I've been thinking about her. I'm not a scientist, and I never took physics, so you feel free to override me if you think of something better. But my men tell me that I have the highest IQ of any woman in the world, so let me tell you what went through my mind after
Obviously.
Easily. For sure. No,
I read
I've never
Terrence's email.
I would say the
I am
smartest
afraid
person
that
in the
when
world
we have a bunch of
overall.
human beings on the planet that have been created by Satan, and basically Sarah Avery is Satan's creation because
Satan did it.
Satan is trying to play God, and he's trying to act like creator, and that's the reason we have so many clones on the planet.
She's currently 2,000
Clone
pounds.
technology is satanic, and that's why nothing that is clone technology works out. It's all evil technology. For instance, if my men try to clone their body parts, they all...
You're actually reading what's on here?
No.
Sarah Avery, failure as a writer and extreme daddy issues have caused her weight to crescendo daily. She is currently 2,000 pounds. She is kept chained up inside a bar next to an underground slaughterhouse where she is fed on a mixture of chocolate cake and cottage cheese. When men who love Gail are captured, they are thrown into the pen where they will be raped, often suffocated under her disgusting folds, or succumbing to rapid infection from the ooze that seeps from her pores. The carcasses of some men have been excavated from her vagina many years after their successful clone replacements have taken over their former lives.
Wow, yeah, that happens. That happens all the time.
They all turn evil and don't do what's morally
so
right.
JF, everything's sounding legit so far.
Well, I'm fascinated by this lady. I think she's making more sense than I thought. First, she got the gravitational stuff right, and she got the influence of gravity right. Theoretically, well, it would take much more than 2,000 pounds to start absorbing stuff like this. Like
but she's growing exponentially.
This is old. She's much bigger now.
She's probably at least, a few million pounds now.
Have you ever seen The Blob, JF? Either the 50s or the Blob. It's a horror movie. Either the 50s or the 80s version,
Yeah.
That's what basically what's going on here. She just
what I see about this
moves
video
and
is
consumes,
that she's
moves and
making a
consumes.
metaphor, and I think that Sarah Avery in her mind is a black hole, and she's referring to the fact that it's linked to sex for some reason. I find this interesting. It's an interesting paranoia.
And Sarah Avery is a Jesuit clone, and it appears that the Jesuits have Jesuits do create you might call it like a clone super race, where they can create a human being in their cloning laboratories who, when they become a human, have traits that are not your average traits. Like, the reason Sarah Avery is able to survive, even though she's probably the size of a city right now, is because the Jesuits have used cloning technology to increase the size of all her organs to accommodate her gigantic appetite. And they're probably, we also know for a fact that they use their scientists to clear out her arteries and to keep her alive, in spite of the fact that she gets so huge. This would also explain why we had the Godzilla Jesuit, who was able to absorb an entire jet into his anus. They have the Jesuits have technology that when they create a human being in their cloning labs,
why is this not a movie? I want to see this movie where these Jesuits eat hot dog trucks and shove jets up their asses and shit in Matthew McConaughey's mouth, and and Satan shoots flaming jizz on people's stomachs, and all this crazy shit's going down.
Well, she made a movie.
Goddamn. Yeah, but the Jesuits covered up its existence. Fucking assholes. I'm sure it was a masterpiece, too.
I saw in the background that you have like a Spock thing in the background there.
I do. That's like a Spock coffee cup my family got for me, and I started putting it up in my background there when Leonard Nimoy died, because Spock was a big influence on my life when I was growing up. I'm a big Star Trek fan,
So are we. We're actually huge Star Trek fans, and we came across this woman's videos, and we almost view them as fiction. But she believes that her and Brent Spiner are... there's so much to explain. Maybe you can explain it better.
She believes that her and Brent Spiner are a thing, that the Brent Spiner that appears in the media, which pretty rarely
is a clone made by the Jesuits.
The Jesuits. She believes that she has a harem of male celebrities that fly around in space in a ship called the Church of Gail, and they get into wacky adventures, and they're often raped. And she makes a lot of references to penises and scatological things, but with total seriousness. Anyway, you'll see.
He's like, yeah, okay. Can't wait to see this.
To honor the recent passing of Satoru Iwata, the president of Nintendo, we at Church of Gail are going to start a Nintendo college, which will train workers to work for Nintendo. They will learn physics and programming skills. And the reason we're doing this is because Satoru Iwata was reading a job application that made him laugh so much. This seems hard to believe, but Brent Spiner just Skyped with me and told me it made him laugh so much
Okay.
that he ended up dying of a heart attack. So he didn't really die of something in his neck. It was a heart attack caused by excessive laughter. So the job applicant is just overwhelmed with guilt right now. They feel like they killed Satoru Iwata. So
yeah, so recently the president of Nintendo passed away. And so Gail here, because she's such a benevolent creature, is going to start a Nintendo college. Brent Spiner told her how he really
people
died.
can go to learn physics and programming so that they can work for Nintendo. Because Nintendo can't do its own training. They need Gail's help.
We're going to go ahead and start a Nintendo college to honor the Nintendo CEO.
Yep.
And it will train them. The reason he laughed is because the job applicant was lacking the skills necessary to work at Nintendo, and I guess he just thought it was so funny he laughed himself to death. So, but this job applicant is just overwhelmed with grief, and just pray for them that they can deal with it. I think one thing that will help is we've decided to start a college, a Nintendo college at Church of Gail. It will teach the.
So do they actually have to go into space to attend this college?
Yeah, because the Church of Gail, as far as we understand, is like a starship.
You know, and the thing is, I don't know if you would want to go to this college because literally the crew gets kidnapped and raped by the Jesuits like every other week.
Wow.
Anyone who wants to work as a programmer at Nintendo to make games like Pokemon and things like that, it'll teach them programming, computer programming skills, physics. So it's going to have a combination of the sciences, and these courses will be taught from the perspective of how to apply these skills to Nintendo or something like Nintendo. So people who go to this college will be trained in how to be game programmers, and they will take physics and computer programming specifically designed to be used at a place like Nintendo.
Right, I get it.
You know, kind of like when I used to be in nursing training a long time ago, and they have like chemistry for nurses. Instead of taking the pre-med chemistry, a lot of people in nursing training can just get away with chemistry for nurses, which is chemistry designed specifically for the health sciences. And this is kind of like along that line. So anybody who enrolls in this college, you will be taking all of the programming courses and the physics, and whatever hardcore sciences. And
I think we understand that if you go to this college, you're going to take physics and programming. That's been reiterated several times now. And it's specifically geared for Nintendo.
You know, what I find amazing is that she claims that she's a former nurse, but her whole thing is about how the CEO of Nintendo supposedly died of laughter.
Yeah.
That doesn't really make it.
She didn't say she was a good nurse. Come on.
The CEO of Nintendo actually supposedly died of some problem with his bile duct, according to the press release from Nintendo that I actually read because I'm kind of a Nintendo fan. And it's this weird Japanese culture thing where I think he actually died of cancer, but that's like the most they can say in Japanese culture is that it was a problem with his bile duct. But she's saying he died of laughter, which I don't know.
He did. Gail has been told that she is the most intelligent woman.
Yeah, who
alive
is she?
On Earth today?
Who is she the descendant of?
Was it Isaac Newton?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
or at least like the
And
the next in the line of
someone,
great thinkers, anyway.
Someone went to a Star Trek Q&A panel and asked Brent Spiner if he knows who this woman is. And he said, yeah, it's only been going on for like 23 years. So,
well, that whole thing about having a fantasy about someone who is like unknowingly having a romantic relationship with you, that's like really typical of bipolar disorder, I think. But
yeah, and she also has published books detailing her love affair with Brent Spiner, and she's even written books from his perspective and said, yeah, this is written by Brent Spiner. So it's pretty strange stuff.
Math classes that you need to succeed as a programmer working for Nintendo, making games and stuff, but it'll be taught in a manner geared specifically towards people who want to go into the gaming industry.
Wow.
And what we're going to do is we're going to offer this job applicant a scholarship to study this coursework, to study the computer programming and the hard sciences needed in order to get a job with Nintendo.
Yeah.
Or a company like Nintendo.
Okay.
So I just want you to pray for this person because they're just overwhelmed with guilt.
Guilt.
They've been seeing Gerard Butler and they feel like they're responsible for this man's death because he was reading the job application when he had his heart attack and he was laughing so much at the lack of skills in the job application. So anyways, anybody who would like to enroll in this college, contact my men at gailsmen@yahoo.com, GAILSMEN@yahoo.com.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, contact
Submit your
that.
applications, people.
I would say everyone, submit your resume or CV to that email address that she just mentioned, to Gail's Men.
Yeah, let her know that you're interested in enrolling in her college.
Yeah, it's
that you can take physics and you can take programming and you can work at Nintendo.
Yeah, Gail's Men are Brent Spiner, Matthew McConaughey, Gerard Butler, Vladimir Putin,
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves, not to be confused with Keanu.
Terrence Jenkins. Too.
No, well, he's not one of her, like her men.
I think he is.
No, I don't think so.
Pretty sure he is.
Okay.
And from what Brent says that he thinks they will be able to set up a scholarship for this job applicant. And you can, this is Romans 8:28.
Right.
God allows this person is a Christian, and the right perspective on this is, God allows everything to happen for a reason, even things that we think are our failures, and you need to just move on and go on and learn from what life hands us. And remember Romans 8:28, and we know all things work together for good to those.
She Skypes with Jesus, by the way, just so you know.
Yep.
Those who love God. The best way to honor Satoru Iwata, because of your job application that you feel caused his death, is now go to the Nintendo College at Church of Gail, and Brent tells me he can offer you a scholarship so that you can study the physics.
The physics.
It's going to be called Physics for Working at Nintendo.
That's what it's called.
All right, I'm done. I can't take it
Physics for
anymore.
working at Nintendo.
I can't
That's
take it
the name
anymore.
of the class.
Yeah, so
like a cool class.
if you guys want to apply, just write to Gail's Men. I have to wonder
Yahoo.
I have to wonder who actually receives that.
Who knows? Who
so-
knows?
so-
I'll try to editorialize, but it's hard to do on the fly. But
Here
we'll
comes
do it.
Gail.
Okay, let's do it.
This is the printout that we received from our scientists regarding the danger of a
The leading
possible black
scientist at
hole
NASA.
and about gravitational shift problems the Earth is experiencing right now. This is the readout we obtained from Jesuit scientists under the direction of Jesuit Rule 13, who are working with us to resolve this problem. Sarah Avery is so fat.
So Gail has aligned herself with the Jesuits now, like officially.
Giant.
Oh, you killed Scotty. You killed the first mama joke.
Fine. Yeah, we gotta do the Sarah Avery so fat things. Savory or so.
Problems the Earth is experiencing right now.
All right, here we go.
This is the readout we
She's gonna
obtained
do the
from
first
Jesuit
one.
scientists under the direction of Jesuit Rule 13, who are working with us to resolve this problem. Sarah Avery is so fat, scientists classify her as a gas giant.
All right.
Sarah Avery so fat she gave Dracula diabetes.
All right, here's Gail's next one.
Sarah Avery is so fat, when she walks down the beach, the tide rolls in.
All right, your next one.
I'm trying to find a good one. A lot of these are bad. I guess I'll just read some of the bad ones.
Sarah
Sarah
Avery.
Sarah Avery so fat she ate a whole pizza. Hut.
That's terrible.
I know.
Sarah Avery is so fat, finding her vagina would require surgery.
Okay.
Sarah Avery so fat she uses Google Earth to take a selfie.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just roll her in flour to find the wet spot?
Shut up, shirt guy. You ain't part of this.
Sarah Avery
Piece
is
of
so
shit.
fat, her farts set off every car alarm in the city.
How can someone read this with a straight face like, Sarah Avery?
Sarah Avery so fat her idea of dieting is deleting the cookies from her internet cache.
Oh God.
Sarah Avery is so fat, not even black men will have sex with her.
Jesus Christ.
What? Oh my God. Gail, come on.
Oh, Gail.
Come on, Gail.
Gail might be a little racist there.
Sarah Avery is so fat. Her neighbors called animal control, and the officers took her to SeaWorld.
I don't know, man.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
These are great. Come on, what are you talking about?
I'm not finding many good ones now.
You're garbage.
Just read any of them.
We give TJ a fucking one job and he fucking
I
fucks
know.
it up. Come on.
Okay, fine. I'll read one of the terrible ones.
Go ahead.
Sarah Avery so fat when she twerked she became a wrecking ball.
That is terrible.
Yeah.
I told you.
That's horrible.
Sarah
TJ. What's
Avery
wrong with
is
you?
so
Wait, hold
fat.
on. Here's a better one. Sarah Avery so fat she's on both sides of the family.
Retards can't stop asking why she has extra butts where her vagina should be.
Oh my God.
What?
Retards.
Retards. It's so politically correct, Gail.
What the fuck? All right, here's another one.
Sarah Avery is so fat, sitting around the house means sitting on the house.
Is Sarah,
Oh my God.
Is Sarah Avery really tall too?
Oh, I don't know.
She's like, or should she bounce up?
Sarah
and get on the
Avery.
top?
Sarah Avery's so fat her blood type is Nutella. Sarah Avery's so fat she thinks gravy is a beverage.
Sarah Avery is so fat, each crease of her folds has its own ecosystem. Sarah Avery is so fat, whales beach themselves trying to have sex with her.
Wow.
Sarah Avery is so fat, when she goes to Mexico, all the Hispanic women think they've lost weight.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
This is,
Sarah Avery so fat she curves space and time.
Gail, you're insane.
Sarah Avery so fat she stepped on a rainbow and made Skittles. I remember hearing that as a kid.
Yeah.
Actually.
Sarah Avery is so fat, freak shows turn her away for being overqualified. Sarah Avery.
Did you write these, Gail?
She did not.
Definitely
These
not.
are these are definitely Yo Mama jokes that have been altered to replace Yo Mama with Sarah Avery.
Is so fat, Each of her butt cheeks has its own zip code. Sarah Avery is so fat. When she gives guys heads, they yell, "Thurr,
Heads? She gives her boob
Thurr." She
heads?
blows.
She gives them heads.
Heads.
Sarah Avery's so fat she got 2 watches.
Give me the heads.
One for each time zone she in.
I give them the wrong advice.
Sarah Avery is so fat. When she walks up to buffets, they lock the doors and pretend to be closed. Sarah Avery is so fat, midgets stand underneath her for shade.
Midgets stand
Does she
underneath
fucking
her
trade who?
Sarah Avery has like leaves and shit poking out of her body. Branches.
Sarah Avery is so fat, she can't even pull off a fat girl angle shot.
What?
Sarah Avery is so fat, her lesbian sister can't find her vagina, so she just licks every fold to make sure she's satisfied.
Oh my God,
man!
I'll tell you what. This is the woman that says we're like disgusting perverts.
Yes.
Whenever someone contacts her and is like, "Come on, the Drunken Peasants," which I don't even want her to come on.
No.
But she's like, "They're disgusting Jesuits."
They're disgusting.
Yeah.
They're so sexual-minded.
Unlike Gail.
Sarah Avery is so fat, she can't get a job that would require her to leave the house.
Okay.
Sarah Avery is
That's not
so
even a
fat,
joke.
Captain Ahab keeps calling, asking for his leg back.
Oh,
Sarah
my God.
Avery is so fat.
They're wearing
She went to
thin.
the zoo and an elephant
Scotty.
tried to have sex with her.
Oh my God,
The
that's
elephant's
horrible.
penis was too small for such a large and loose vagina.
Oh my God.
It's so descriptive.
Why do you
By
hate-
the way, the elephant's penis was too small.
That was like an addendum to the
Yeah.
Yo Mama joke. By the way, as a brief aside that might fascinate you.
Sarah Avery is so fat. She doesn't have a doctor. She sees a veterinarian.
That doesn't make
Sarah
sense.
Avery is so fat. When she flies, they charge her for every seat on the plane.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Sarah
No.
Avery is so fat, she pees gravy.
She pees
She
gravy.
pees gravy, Gravy.
Gotcha. I understand what you mean by gravy somehow.
Would have made more sense if she said bleed gravy.
She bleeds gravy, yeah.
Sarah Avery is so fat. Every time she steps out of the house, she is arrested for indecent exposure.
Okay.
Sarah
These are getting really bad.
Yeah, I think we should probably move on.
Gail's losing it.
What?
Because she had it before.
She's losing it?
Yeah, remember that time she was sane and normal?
All right, next video, we got a video from Gail Chord Schuler. It appears one of Gail's men has gone missing.
Oh, shit.
One of the men on Gail's marriage. Yeah, what the fuck?
I hope it's not Keanu.
No, it's not. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised.
I'll be surprised. Waldo.
Hello, everybody. We are missing one of the men on my marriage list named Waldo. He's been gone for a couple weeks, and ever since the Jesuits murdered Robin Williams, whenever any man on my marriage list is missing, and they all live at Church of Gail, whenever they're missing for more than a couple weeks, my men get worried. And Terrence Jenkins, I believe it was this morning, decided to go to Waldo's quarters at Church of Gail, and he was still not there, so he snuck and read his diary, and that made him get even more worried. But let me tell you a little bit about Waldo. He's a Caucasian man. He's a couple of years younger than Judge Terrence Jenkins, probably his upper 40s. They're not really sure of his exact age because he was dumped off as a baby, I think, at Terrence's family's at the doorstep to their home, and he was raised like as a next door neighbor to Terrence, and Terrence played hide and seek with him a lot growing up. He's really good at hiding. That's his specialty.
You don't say.
No fucking shit.
He's really good at hiding.
And
hold on, for those listening to this, there's literally a picture of Waldo from the Where's Waldo books on the screen as she's speaking.
He's really good at hiding.
He's really good at hiding. Can't even see him. You know, he really
And this-
blends into
you
a
s-
crowd. You wouldn't
you're
think
gonna
so
see
with
a
that
picture
loud
of
shirt,
him.
but
It looks like a cartoon with him wearing glasses and carrying a mug, and he's got brown hair and a cap. And Turan says they can't find a picture of him because he doesn't like pictures taken of himself. He's really good at blending in and hiding. And even the Jesuits can't find him even when he's hiding in plain sight. They can't find him. And our scanners and the Jesuit scanners can't find him ever, and they don't know why. This is his specialty. It's like he's a magician spy type of guy. Like he can just weasel in air. They can never find him. That's like his occupation.
yeah.
But he looks just like this picture, except sometimes without all the gear. But he always has glasses, cap, and a shirt.
Yeah.
And even the Jesuits made training materials. You see the picture of the beach with all the people on the beach? This is some of the training materials the Jesuits made to help their agents.
Oh my God.
This is Jesuit.
This is Jesuit material, guys. Can you find him? Where is Waldo? Where the fuck is he?
Agents find him in crowds, and they actually made books of where they discovered he was. And Zack Knight gets really frustrated because he will look at this picture and he can't find Waldo in the picture either. So he just gives up and goes back to reading his Playboy magazines.
Oh, this puzzle's too complicated. Gotta release. Playboy.
Go back to reading my Playboy magazine.
He reads the articles, guys.
Yep. He gets it for the articles.
And the short stories and such. You know, he's not, I mean, like, you know, he might glance at the women, but... Yeah, I love that he reads Playboy. Like, he runs the Jesuits and can impregnate women just by looking at them and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But he sits around reading Playboy?
Exactly. He's getting all of those women pregnant so he can continue to breed his Jesuit death army. It's all a part of his plan. Gail has foreseen it all.
Right, but he still
And
looks
so
at
the-
Playboy, though, I guess.
The Jesuit agents practice finding him in the crowds using these books. We do know that the Jesuits are looking for him and they have orders to kill him because they think he's determined to marry me, and that's why he's been missing for a couple weeks. So after Robin Williams, Church of Gail does regular check-ins on the men. Okay, I think I'll just go ahead and do the rest of this on where you can see me.
Okay, thanks, Gail.
I'm going to read you a letter that Waldo... This is what Terrence Jenkins found in his diary, and Terrence doesn't know when he wrote this, but this was the last entry in his diary. My most beloved Gail, I am a humble man, quite ordinary. I know there are many men out there that look like me, dress like me, all attempt...
There's a lot of men dressed like Waldo?
Yes. What are you talking about? The red and white striped shirt is like the hot new thing, Ben.
It is.
You know, you can't even walk out into a crowd without seeing at least, 5 or 6 people per, 50.
Everyone looks like
that
human candy canes, basically.
I'm going to go straight to Amazon through the Drunken Peasants link and get myself a Waldo costume.
Well, thank you.
Good shilling there,
Good job,
Nexus.
man.
Good shilling there.
I gotta support somehow. If I can't be funny, might as well shill myself the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nexus the Patreon guest.
Don't shill yourself out, though. Shill us out.
Nexus the
shill you out.
Patreon guest. Yeah. I already like you better than Jim Ass, though.
Oh, I feel touched.
That fucker Jim Ass, man.
Has to buy his way on our show.
Yep. Ugh.
He's doing it again.
He's a drunk. He's just... Yeah.
Did you hear about that, Ben?
Yeah. What?
The Jim Ass is buying another spot on our show.
When?
Friday. He said he was gonna pay us $20,000 this time.
Wow. Holy shit.
Because I told he came to me with 10, but I'm like, the show's a lot bigger now, Jim. It's gonna be 20 this time.
I'll
and he
sell
said he'd
all
do
my
it.
shit. I will double what he pays in that $20,000. I'll get you $40,000.
You come on our show for $40,000. I'm cool with that.
I have no limits.
No limits. Don't you have a limit of money?
Do you have unlimited money? Is that what you're telling us?
You don't look like you're a multi-trillionaire.
Oh, do you know this is all a guise? I'm actually very rich and successful, and I get out a lot.
Cool.
The same functions I do.
I had the exact
I've
opposite impression.
Never been one to easily. I've never been one to be easily picked from the crowd, and I know that a woman like you would never really notice me. Hundreds of men are on the pages of your marriage list now, and only one of them is me. And it pains my heart to know how easily you may select any one of these other men
Waldo
standing
is so
beside
passionate.
me, not realizing I am just
Waldo
under your nose,
he just writes
waiting.
beautifully, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a Civil War love letter, you know?
Yeah.
His
For a
words are
chance
but
to
love on a manuscript of time.
Love you. It's funny how such a seemingly ordinary man can be considered such a powerful threat to a worldwide conspiratorial organization. Would you believe the Jesuits have had so much trouble tracking me? They created an entire series of Jesuit children's books in order to train their clones how to find me. Zack Knight becomes so enraged because he can never complete them. He's got every one of those books, his own organization.
I'll tell you what, when I was like 7 years old, I could find Waldo and Where's Waldo. So Zack Knight is
Pretty
severely lacking
Yeah.
in some basic visual skills.
I don't know, that last page where there's like a million Waldos is pretty hard.
Here's a Gail video. Zack Knight stabs watermelon, rots within minutes.
Neat.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God, I just came back from a walk. I had these horrible cramps and I had diarrhea and bloating before I went on the walk. And while I was
Thank you,
walking,
Gail.
that went away. But the strangest thing happened. I didn't drink any water before I left for my walk. And when I went to my kitchen table, and you can't see it right now because I already wiped the water off, there was water all over the kitchen table. You can see the cloth there where I wiped. Take a look at this watermelon. I don't have a long cord here. Let's see if I can get this thing around. You can tell that there's actually some. I've never seen a watermelon like this.
What the fuck? Why does Gail have jugs and jugs of
Nice
water?
Gail, what's going on?
Gail needs water, dude.
Gail, do you have running water? I mean, oh, she probably thinks there's like fluoride or some crazy shit in her water.
Yeah, you know the.
I mean, there is fluoride.
No, I mean, like, basically, she's one of those people that thinks like fluoride is bad, or whatever, or there's chemicals in the water that she doesn't want. So
I saw a documentary, Scotty, that told me that it was
fluoride, dude.
Yeah,
fluoride makes people more conformist, dude.
Yeah.
Makes you surrender to government, man.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I'm against fluoride now too, TJ. You guys did see a documentary about it.
Oh, by the way, everyone, if you want to watch the May private show, link down below. Probably one of the better private shows we've ever done. TJ does shots throughout the entire show and gets progressively trashed. And we watch some old Amazing Atheist videos and some other shit. What was that other channel with that other guy that looks just like you, but he's not you?
I don't know.
Where am I? Am I TJ?
God, you're stupid.
I think half the time he's on the show, he doesn't even know where he is. Like, what's going on? Oh, yeah, the show.
Do you know what I'm talking about? The guy that, like, looks like TJ.
What is his name? His name escapes me, but I know you're talking.
Yeah, at least you know.
You guys are crazy.
I'll say it to you later, and you'll be like, oh, yeah.
that guy's garbage.
Okay, your alter ego.
My alter ego?
Your alter ego, dude.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're an idiot. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see what Gail has to say.
All right.
Days ago, and already.
Are you serious?
Apparently, Zack stabbed it, and he did
Are you
something
serious?
to it. He came into my apartment. I'm going to cut it open and see what this. And Jesus has left this behind. This
Bottles of medication.
I have to wash my.
Look, Zack Knight can just touch something. Like he walks near like a bed of flowers, they just wither and die.
That's weird. Zack Knight does not like that video I just made calling him out on his brain control, and he's trying to make it look like that. There really was a weird watermelon. Well, I'll tell you, this is the weirdest watermelon I've ever seen. I've never seen a watermelon go rotten so fast.
I've never seen a watermelon like that either. That's crazy.
That watermelon
All the watermelons
fucking
I've seen
dude.
are like squares and they're purple. I've never seen a green watermelon. So Gail really, I mean, the watermelon probably was normal. Holy Ghost, get you high. And Gail fucking went on a walk, bloated with diarrhea. And Zack Knight just came and was like, I need to send a message to Gail.
Stabbing her melons, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hurt Gail, but he'll hurt her watermelon.
To send her a message.
And her men.
Well, her men, obviously.
When I went for my walk, I entered my apartment. This is his way of making a statement regarding that video.
Yeah, he is making a statement, Gail. I better
looks
back
like
off,
he
Zack
was
Knight,
talking,
Gail. You know what's good for you.
I gotta clean this cutting board. Well, last night I couldn't sleep because Zack Knight was using brain control.
Zack Knight is pretty innocuous, though. I mean, he could have trashed Gail's house. He could have, ripped open all the water and poured it everywhere. He could have, lit shit on fire. He could have, thrown the table over. Could have smashed her computer. If Zack Knight was really wanting to stop Gail, wouldn't he just smash her computer?
TJ, who's that right there? What's that motherfucker's name?
I don't know. That was some YouTuber that.
Yeah, what was his name?
I really can't remember.
Oh, I hate you.
I think it was the guy who speaks or something.
I hate you.
Yeah, I've never. I didn't really pay much attention to his videos. Some people said we looked alike. I didn't really see much similarity.
I think that similarity, passionate.
Yeah, so we cover one of his videos in the May Patreon show.
He is nothing like me, personally.
Right.
Personally, I believe that. Personally.
All sorts of symptoms of insomnia. He uses brain control to give me insomnia, too. I'm going to cut open this watermelon in front of you. It's really squishy on one side. I just want to see what Zack Knight has done.
So it's impossible that Gail bought a rotten watermelon. It's more possible that Zack Knight broke in.
Yep.
And stabbed the watermelon once, and then it just rotted.
That is his power.
Zack Knight has literally the lamest powers of the Antichrist possible.
What are you talking about, dude? What if you bought a nice watermelon and you take it home and then you go on a walk because you got diarrhea?
And Zack Knight fucks it up.
Yeah, you come back, your watermelon's all fucked up. You ain't gonna be talking so cavalierly about the situation.
Yeah, I will.
Then.
Yeah, I will. Because Zack Knight can suck my dick.
Oh, what? Hello,
but
hello.
Then your dick will rot, just
Scotty,
like the watermelon.
We're all Jesuits, and you're talking shit about our leader.
Well, you know what?
A piece of shit, man.
Fuck Zack Knight. I'm taking on the Jesuits.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Well, I will not follow you.
No,
I'm a disciple.
I'll stay loyal.
I'm a disciple of
you
Zack Knight.
Oh, you guys will die then.
Yeah, whatever. We'll see. Pretty sure Zack Knight's gonna waste your ass.
Zack Knight is gone, buddy. There is no Zack Knight soon.
Trying to make it look like Bravo's an inferior grocery store and they sell me bad products, but I actually think this is all Zack Knight.
Okay, so I'm saying they sell me inferior products, and now, but this is not one of those examples, though it is, though it's not, though it is.
And see, you know what? I need to take my Seroquel. Let me go ahead and do that.
Seroquel? Oh, wow.
Take it now.
Wow.
Okay.
Hold on. How can this not be a troll? I mean, in the video, she's like, wait, gotta take my Seroquel. I mean, I've heard people put the theory out that Gail's...
I mean, there could be something to that. I mean, a lot of Gail's shit, I mean, she does seem a lot more self-aware than most crazy
She's
people.
got the fucking pill bottles sitting out there on the table, and then she's like, wait, I have to take this kind of medication that crazy people take. You know, it's like, fuck,
But then look at her, surroundings there.
That doesn't seem that off to me.
The fact that she's got a bunch of jugs of water under there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
What would I mean? It's
hard. It's really hard to know. I mean, is Gail I mean, it's pretty clear that Gail is crazy, but it's how crazy is she? Is she crazy where it's like, I know a lot of people think this is crazy, but
she's crazy enough that I want to just leave her alone, but just play her videos. I don't want her to come on the show. I don't want people from the show contacting her. I just enjoy the craziness of the video itself.
Yeah.
I can't get this up. You can sort of see it. This is weird. I may have to go out and throw out this water now. This is a shame, though. That Zack is doing this. Lord, where's my knife? Oh, there it is. Okay.
All right, so this one, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty boring video.
Yeah, I would say
she's focused on a watermelon, and she literally thinks that the Antichrist is like coming to her shitty apartment and fucking with her watermelons.
I want to have the people that I want to have Terrence Jenkins on the show.
All those motherfuckers have no interest in coming on the show.
I want to have them on the show. Gail's men.
Why would they even want to come on the show? Because that would just reveal them for the pieces of shit they are. I mean, unless this is all just a big act. You know, if this whole Gail thing is an act, and that's about the only way
It depends on if they're extorting her. You know what I mean? Or if this is just like, you know, she's out there on the internet and people are having these crazy conversations with her. I would say that's okay. It depends on how far it goes beyond that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't really know how far it goes, but it seems to me it kind of goes pretty far because Gail, as TJ pointed out, if you see some of the older shit or her older works, like she's not anywhere as sexualized or crazy.
Also, the fact that they, I mean, we know that she's like they've got her to send them like nude shit and like played it on that trial they had where her versus Laurie McBride and shit. Like we got some footage of you, Gail, and they played like the footage of her dancing around naked in her house.
True.
So seems like there's something exploitative going on, or is that exploitative? I don't know.
All right, so we'll move on. Obligatory. TJ screams at you and tells you to give the video a thumbs up.
I'm not going to scream, Ben.
Okay.
I'm going to be very
calm.
quiet, very calm.
Calm.
This is calm, TJ. I'm telling you to give this video a thumbs up because you need to do that. You know, I know there are a lot of you just sitting there fucking on your beds or on your couches or in your cars or wherever the fuck you are. You need to give this video a thumbs up. That's all you need to fucking do. It's easy. Just a single click. Click, thumbs up. That's all, you know. It does so much for us, and it takes so little effort for you.
That is the most true thing you've said this whole time.
Yeah. You know, it would make our day if you give this video a fucking thumbs up. It's all we live for your fucking thumbs up. We need them to survive. We need them.
We feed on them. That's a good thumbs up. Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh my God, so many thumbs up.
Has your plea worked, TJ?
I don't know.
Has your plea worked?
We'll check that in a moment. Oh, by the way, if you've wondered, Bubba, the Black Jesuit, still alive and kicking.
Cool.
You know, we just this last weekend we saw the clone of Brent Spiner.
Yep, the Jesuit
clone. He was eating a sandwich,
pretending to be Brent-like,
laughing, being like, "Yeah, there's a bitch," and I think he even joked around about marrying Laurie McBride.
Yeah, like, I would be marrying Laurie McBride.
Yes,
it's so sad.
Gail can do nothing.
I just need to report on a criminal who's on the loose, a rapist.
Oh, wow.
Those of you who got my book, Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, you probably
Gail,
and have listened to my...
But why didn't Gail call the police are controlled by the Jesuits?
By the way, you guys can get Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, and read about Bubba raping, I don't forget who it was, but you can get it over at audibletrial.com/drunken peasants. Check out Gail's books. They're all available there.
Yes.
Or at least that one is, I believe. And I think it's read by
And I'm going to have a link for the video that I'm talking about, where I did a reading from Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, about my men being raped at the Jesuit homosexual compound in San Francisco. Well, Terrence and Hugh were out looking for Waldo. And let me just...
that is the Waldo, by the way,
let's review that. Looking for Waldo.
I saw Waldo at the Star Trek convention.
Yeah, he was there.
Yep.
So,
you found him.
You guys need to go to Vegas because we saw him. He was hard to see, but you know, especially in that crowd. But we did spot him.
Said he was just shaken. They were out looking for Waldo, and they managed to pick up a distress signal from Waldo, and it had been broadcasting since before they knew that he was missing. And he said they just now noticed it because the signal was slower and warped for some reason. So they tracked the signal to California, to San Francisco.
Bullshit.
But they had to go look on foot because they couldn't locate Waldo by his distress signal from the church. Sarah Avery in California is messing up all of the communications and everything, so they're not accurate.
Sarah Avery's gravitational pulls.
She's still out there.
Everything up.
And so Terrance and Hugh were searching and searching, and even the Church of Gail staff was monitoring Sarah Avery nearby, took time to help them look for Waldo.
How many members
and
of
eventually,
the Church of Gail are there?
Terrance and Hugh.
How many people are on that ship? Because I didn't know it was just, I thought it was just Gail's men, but apparently there's like staff too. How are they all being paid? How are they being compensated?
Crewmen.
Do they get told, like, you know, one day you might be able to, like, smell Gail's hair or something?
They get burritos.
And people are just like, you know what, that's good
Unlimited
enough for
burritos.
me. Unlimited ones? What about the ones that become sentient and attack the ship? Are they
The rest
worried
they're
about
willing to
that?
take.
Wow.
Hugh got hungry, so they decided to find a place to eat.
Burritos.
And everything was fine until Hugh, who was talking to Terrance, this was when they were in the restaurant, he suddenly froze up and dropped his fork. And then they heard, and then Terrance said, Hugh, you all right? And suddenly they heard a familiar voice. It was, lick my butthole. Instead of come to
She's bringing back the classics.
He dropped the fork and heard, lick my butthole.
It was Bubba, the black Jesuit.
Holy shit. Bubba is back.
Like that.
Bubba
It was Bubba, the morbidly
Gail, Bubba needs his own book. Come on. We need
the
a tale of
obese,
Bubba.
gay, black Jesuit. He said those words exactly like how I said it when I said that he pooped in Hugh's mouth. You know, when I read it, when I did.
That book just available right there.
How do you say this?
You can read about Bubba pooping in Hugh Jackman's fucking mouth, guys. The best erotic fan fiction you'll ever read in existence.
I mean, I say this with all sincerity. How could you not want to read this book?
I know.
I mean, like, seriously, I'm not even kidding. Like, this is the kind of shit, like, someone's actually writing this down. And then Bubba shit in Hugh's mouth. It's like, what?
Hugh Jackman.
Can you just imagine, like, Wolverine, like, and Bubba's like, hold on. I had burritos for lunch.
Yeah, kids, imagine Wolverine's mouth full of diuretic shit.
My audiobook
from a
reading.
black man's obese ass.
So
Obese-
Hugh saw
obese
Bubba
gay
and he
Jesuit
dropped
ass.
his fork. So apparently Bubba is alive, and they both turned around when they heard Bubba preparing to get raped. They were really, I'm sure their pulse rate was really elevated. But Bubba was just sitting there with a skinny white young man who had freckles and red hair. They call him a ginger kid. And the ginger kid giggled all effeminately and said, "Oh, how romantical."
Oh, how
So
romantical.
Bubba apparently
So
was
that was
on
what
a
he said.
date. He's homosexual.
That was his date.
And Terrance and
He
Hugh
doesn't
were
always
so
rape
caught up.
everyone. Sometimes he dates. He dates ginger kids who say things like, how romantical.
Look, we know gingers have no souls.
Seeing him, it was like Hugh's rapist was there sitting across from them at the restaurant, just going about his life free after he'd raped
Sick.
Hugh and made Hugh dress like a little girl and lick his butthole and then pooped inside of Hugh's mouth. And so they were staring at him, and it caught Bubba's attention.
Oh, my God.
So apparently Bubba didn't expect to run into them at the restaurant either. By the way, this rape happened in San Francisco. So so he did leave them alone this time. And they were just
Bubba's trying to eat. He's busy.
Yeah, Bubba was a little busy. He's like, I need to eat this burrito.
He's trying to impress his ginger kid.
Yeah, I'll rape you guys later. I know you're disappointed, but it's going to have to wait.
And Hugh was sitting there like, darn, I was hoping I could eat more shit because, I grew a taste for it after Bubba's delicious poop nuggets entered my gullet.
shocked. They didn't really know how to handle it. This was very traumatic for my men. So,
Very traumatic.
they found out the reason they think he escaped, even though they released a bomb to execute those rapists.
I have to believe that we are responsible for this survival of Bubba.
You know what? Bubba's a resilient individual. If you think one bomb can kill Bubba, you are fucking sorely mistaken.
Yeah, Bubba probably just pooped on the bomb and encrusted it in poop, so
yeah,
that
he shit so much, he just covered the bomb up, and the explosion was contained within his solid cement shit.
Yeah. Bubba pooped on the bomb and encased it so that it couldn't hurt him,
He escaped because he left early after he told Hugh to lick his butthole, and he pooped inside of Hugh's mouth. After it was a rape fest.
Right.
Then he just left. And then
Rape Fest 2014.
Rape Fest 2015.
Hey, are we getting tickets for that next year, by the way? Because
anyways, let me just read what I got here. So Tarrant said that he and Hugh Jackman are very upset. They keep going it over and over in their mind, and it was like they're wondering if they should have called for backup and arrested him or beat him up or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really suffering really bad post-traumatic stress. When Tarrant was trying to tell me about it, he kept making mistakes and typing, and he's definitely going through post-traumatic stress. And then, right in the middle of our conversation, Hugh Jackman just broke down and had a nervous breakdown. And I'll explain that to you in a minute.
Oh, my God.
So they both felt like they were getting raped all over again.
Just by seeing him.
And they were out there watching Bubba out on a date, free like he never raped him.
And in the world.
They're very upset. I think they're scared to go outside
living his life
because they know that this rapist is on the loose.
With trauma.
You know what? Maybe he's
Bubba
past
seemed
the
to be
whole rape
uncomfortable.
thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, she's about to say Bubba was uncomfortable.
Oh, wow.
Let's hear that part.
Okay.
Well, too, maybe because he was worried about getting arrested, and
he probably just didn't want his date finding
they
out
couldn't
that
eat.
he's a
when they saw him, they couldn't eat.
rapist
They were just stuck in that moment, and Hugh was sitting there reliving his rape. Apparently, Hugh has been in denial about the rape. And this is what my men do. They often go into denial, and they don't deal with the rape, and this forced Hugh to deal with it. This happened in December 2011. Those of you who've read my book, and Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom, it's all in there. The Jesuits think this is funny, but for my men, it was very traumatic. So eventually Bubba and his date left, and Hugh Jackman said that as Bubba got up to leave, that Bubba winked at him.
I don't know if Hugh Jackman has a Twitter account, but everyone needs to go ask him if he does what it was like to have Bubba shit in his mouth. And tell him he needs to confront that,
Look, he had a chance to confront Bubba, and he apparently didn't.
He needs to come to terms with the fact that he was raped, he was dressed like a little girl, and his mouth was shit in.
By a Jesuit.
By a big, black, obese, gay Jesuit.
The words, lick my butthole. I think he said it just like that.
Oh, wow, he winked and did it.
He winked.
Lick my butthole.
So it sounds like, I told Tarrant, I think you and Hugh need to go see Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler is a psychiatrist.
What?
And, don't question that.
How does that make you feel?
He's the ship's counselor.
Why are all these actors like scientists and like nuclear scientists and all this crazy shit?
Well, we know actors are smarter and better than other people are.
I see.
And I mentioned Morgan
Fuck that
Brown.
shit. Why don't you get Vladimir Putin over there? He'll kick Bubba's
a Jesuit
ass.
Who's claiming to be Gerard
Bubba will
Butler's
be like,
significant
lick my
other.
butthole.
Tarrant said
And,
that Gerard's
Vladimir
a
be
bit
like, kick your
downtrodden about
butthole,
that.
bitch.
But that's a different subject. But she hasn't raped Gerard yet. Like Lauren McBride has done with Brent Spiner, and Camilla Alves has done with Matthew McConaughey. So at least I'm glad to hear that. But there's a lot of lies out there in the media.
Tons.
So
the
I
media
told
won't even
them you need to
acknowledge
go
any of
see
this
Gerard.
stuff. It's totally happening.
I could just tell by all the typos and everything in the message that Hugh and Tarrant are really going through post-traumatic stress because of this.
They're all shook up.
People don't understand. Jesuits, they think their rapes are funny, but they're not.
Yeah, they get together, every Friday night, and they're like, oh, remember Rape Fest? Oh,
that was hilarious.
Rape Fest 2011. Oh my God, that was so much fun.
Wasn't that the year that Bubba shit in Hugh Jackman?
Oh
yeah! What was it he said before he did it?
Oh God!
It was like, suck my rectum or something like.
Lick my butthole.
Oh yeah!
was lick my butthole.
I remember that.
Butthole, yeah.
I look forward to Rape Fest every year because
not funny.
man.
You know, I'm getting kind of. I actually
Except
think
Rape
Bubba
Fest,
actually made a comment
2014
underneath one of my
sucked.
videos.
Well, you know.
And he's,
That was the
'cause
worst one.
He said, "Lick my butthole." It's not
2015
funny.
is going to
It isn't funny. This really happened, people. And so, if you see Bubba, the Black Jesuit, he's morbidly obese,
Okay, morbidly
and he
obese.
loves to say "lick my butthole." So
Loves
if
it.
you see any morbidly obese Jesuit saying "lick my butthole," call the police. Or contact my medic,
Gail, why am I going to call the police? The Jesuits control everything.
You know, I know that our
yahoo.com.
audience is predominantly white, but if you happen to be an obese black fan of the Drunken Peasants, be sure to go around saying "lick my butthole" in a high-pitched voice everywhere you go. Because we want to throw them off Bubba's trail, you know, and as many false positives as we can throw out, the better.
Well, this video is being viewed by hundreds of millions of people. So
Sure.
that's
Or
gonna be a little
Gail
difficult.
Chord Schuler, GailChordschuler @gmail.com, and let them know that you've spotted him.
Yep.
And then maybe we can get
Because
this guy
our fans
arrested
are
off the
definitely not
streets.
going to do that.
He's a rapist.
If you guys
In fact,
hear of
that
Bubba's whereabouts, be sure to let Gail know at the address she just described.
Ginger guy that was with him, Terrance is worried that might be another rape victim. He's obviously homosexual,
He's
but he
been
could be a
brainwashed.
homosexual rape
Bubba
victim.
brainwashed him.
And we need to find out where Bubba is and get him arrested and off the streets.
But Gail, it's not going to work. The Jesuits
he's still
control
going out there
everything.
raping.
I don't know if this
And then
ginger
this
kid was like talking about how Bubba saying "lick my butthole" was so romantical, then I don't think that kid has to worry about getting raped. I'm pretty sure that kid wants it. He's gonna be begging Bubba like, "Let me lick your butthole, Bubba."
That's Bubba's sex slave. Come on.
Yeah, Bubba's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, ginger kid."
That's too deep.
Bubba.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, ginger kid, lick my butthole.
Fuck yeah.
Licking. Eat my shit, ginger kid. Ooh.
Ah, yes.
Split those act cheeks.
Give me a bowl. Give me a bowl of shit ice cream. I'll freeze your shit and eat it like ice cream.
It's like
an ice cream ass popsicle.
Eat my frozen shit, sickle.
Date that he had with this guy, Terrance is worried that might have been a rape date. You know,
Rape
maybe he
date?
drug raped him or something like Lori
It's a
McBride
rape
has been doing
date.
to Brent Spiner.
Oh yeah, the same way that's happening. Of course.
So they still haven't found Waldo yet, and they're trying to deal with Sarah Avery. Also, they've
Maybe
quarantined
Waldo is
her
inside
and-
Sarah Avery, guys.
I saw Waldo at the convention.
You know what? I wonder if Lori McBride was there too.
And Brent Spiner was
scary.
eating a shit sandwich. It looked delicious.
Lori McBride made me rape a cat once, you guys.
That's a different subject.
It's pretty
and they're
fucked
trying
up.
to keep her from eating so much so she doesn't get so large that she becomes a black hole. But so they're still dealing with that.
black
But right
hoe.
now,
A
this
black
video is
hoe?
mainly about Bubba, the morbidly black obese Jesuit.
The morbidly black
If you could
obese
help us to
Jesuit.
arrest him and
morbidly-
get
He's
him
not
off the
morbidly
streets.
obese, he's
They
morbidly
said it was
black.
just so weird
Morbidly
to
black.
see him. And when he left
He's
Hugh
not
at the
just black,
restaurant, he
he's
said,
morbidly
"Lick my
black."
butthole." He said that right to Hugh as he was going out, and Hugh almost had a nervous breakdown. And he actually did have a nervous breakdown. As while Terrance was Skyping with me, he had a nervous breakdown, and they had to call Gerard Butler in to sedate Hugh Jackman.
Remember, guys,
See,
if Hugh
he's such a
Jackman
tough
does have a
macho
Twitter,
guy.
let him your support. Let him know that you stand with him and you're sorry for what happened. You're sorry that Bubba
belongs in
shit in his
prison.
mouth, and that we believe that Bubba deserves to be incarcerated for his gruesome rape of Hugh Jackman.
If the Jesuits didn't control everything, I'd have some hope, TJ. But as we know, they control everything. I think Bubba's going to remain free.
Well, you know, one thing they don't control is Gail, Chord, Schuler,
Fucking Schuler!
and the fucking Church of Gail.
God, thank God. God bless us all for Gail. Fighting the good
As
fight.
long as the Church of Gail is out there fighting
Defending
for
it.
us, there is hope. There remains a spark of hope.
beacon on the
that
hill.
one day the Jesuits and their raping ways will be defeated.
That he doesn't.
We can only pray, TJ.
He was
We can
in
only pray.
denial about this, and then just meeting Bubba just brought it all back. It's like post-traumatic stress. So Bubba apparently got up and walked out of the compound after he raped Hugh, and that's why he survived and why he's alive. And
I just had a feeling. He's like, you know what? I think this place is going to be bombed. I'm out.
Here. I already mentioned the ginger kid. We want to make sure he's going to be okay. He could be another rape victim. Even if he's homosexual, we're not against homosexual people. We're just against rapists, okay? Whether you're a homosexual rapist or a heterosexual rapist, nobody should be going around telling people to lick their butthole, okay?
No one.
That's not right.
Well, unless they want to lick buttholes,
okay?
then I guess it's okay.
Yeah.
So if you see any black or morbidly obese guy saying this, that's Bubba. Okay, probably Bubba. You need to call the police and have this guy arrested.
We're going to tell the police.
And then
this
contact
guy
my
raped Hugh
manager,
Jackman.
Gail,
Arrest him.
A morbidly black man.
Or gailfortune@gmail.com.
Morbidly black.
So
obese man.
What happened when Hugh had his nervous breakdown is he burst out into maniacal, like crazy laughter and started screaming, milk, milk, lemonade, milk, milk, lemonade, milk, milk, lemonade, and around the corner fudges me. He's
How creative. Milk, milk, lemonade, around the corner fudges me.
No comment.
Gail, God bless you.
He had a little nervous breakdown. And, you know, the Jesuits are trying to play it up that that the men in my marriage list are all these big shot celebrities, and therefore they're somehow immune to the normal reactions that anyone would get from being raped. And they try to make it hard to believe that the Jesuits have literally raped these men.
You know, I think it's a startling statistic. I don't know if you guys know this, but 1 in every 3 Hollywood males is raped by a Jesuit.
Another little fact, worse than Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson being one of the people that was, in fact, taken advantage of by the Jesuits.
I believe it was Bubba that
But they have, okay? And this Bubba guy, like I said, he needs to be arrested. They said that when Hugh Jackman just had his nervous breakdown while Trans was Skyping me, it took 10 of the men to hold him down and to sedate him. And Gerard Butler, like I said, who's a psychiatrist, he said this can happen when a macho man has to deal with having been raped like Hugh Jackman was. They made him dress as a little girl, too. So that's pretty tough. Jesuits they use psychological torture when they rape. They did that to Brent Spiner. In fact, if it wasn't for me, I think the real Brent Spiner would have committed suicide.
Oh my God,
but I've stuck by him through all this.
Thank you, Gail.
So he's such a tough guy. Guys, he tried to shrug it off and not talk about this.
Can we all agree that Gail is really the savior of humanity? There's Jesus.
I agree.
And then there's Gail, just a little bit.
I agree.
A little bit beneath, just a tiny bit beneath.
I would put Gail above Jesus.
Wow, you even put Gail above Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't know. We can have that debate. That would be an all-day debate, but I'm going to say she's at least almost as good as Jesus, at that very minimum.
Happened in December 2011, and now he just had to face his rapist that he thought was dead. So he's going to need a lot of therapy, and we need to get this guy off the streets.
Get him to Gerard Butler.
He's a rapist.
Come on.
And
man, the Church of Gail is juggling a lot of eggs right now. You know, they got Laurie McBride over there brainwashing the Jesuit clone of Data, and they got that fat chick that's threatening to turn into a black hole, and they're trying to find Waldo, and they're trying to find Bubba now too.
Yeah, what the fuck?
They got a lot of irons in the fire right now, man. They need to tie up some of these loose ends.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Like I said, Bubba the Black Jesuit is still alive. And he says, lick my butthole. He loves to say that. He thinks it's really cool. He needs to be arrested.
I agree.
Help us out, folks. I don't want my men to run into this guy again. They were lucky that they didn't get raped. I think he was so obsessed with his current.
They would never have shit in his mouth, or Bubba never would have shit in his mouth if Hugh Jackman would have simply licked the butthole properly.
Yeah, that's all he had to do. I mean, so Hugh Jackman needs to kind of take responsibility for that part of things. I mean, look, Bubba just wanted a clean butthole. He's morbidly obese. It's hard for him to reach. Hugh's mouth was there. He could have just done Bubba a favor, and then that would have been it.
And then Bubba never would have shit in his mouth like that.
We know Bubba
The only reason that he shit in his mouth was because he did not lick his butthole properly.
Also, Bubba's morbidly obese. You know, he has to go. He has to go. Hugh Jackman just happened to be there. It just happened to be the time and the place. You know, things just in life just happen. You don't expect things like you don't expect to get into a car accident. You don't expect win the lottery. You don't expect a lot of things, but things happen, TJ.
Gail tells this story about Hugh Jackman being forced to wear the girls' clothes. The fact is that Hugh Jackman begged to wear those clothes.
Yeah,
he wanted to be a little girl, and that's why he was raped.
He wants to be a pretty princess. He deserves every right to be a pretty princess, TJ.
Yeah, it wasn't even rape. It was Hugh Jackman teased Bubba until Bubba just was powerless to resist his sexual urges. I mean, look, you talk about Hugh Jackman here. This ain't just some normal-looking dude. This is Hugh Jackman. This is Wolverine.
No.
If Wolverine is hitting on you and teasing you and dressing up as a schoolgirl and rubbing his masculine yet feminine ass all over you, you're going to want to get your butthole licked. I mean, that's just how it goes. And Hugh Jackman, even several times, Hugh Jackman looked at Bubba and was like, so what is Bubba going to do? He's just going to sit there with blue balls all day, all night. Hugh Jackman was asking for it, and Hugh Jackman deserved what he fucking got. And that's my final ruling on this. I don't think Bubba is a rapist. I think Hugh Jackman is a fucking cock tease.
Wow. Strong words by a strong man. Ben, how many likes do we have?
I'm really sorry to announce it, but I don't. We didn't quite make it out of the 5,000. We have 4,092 right now. So sorry, you pathetic fucks. You didn't make it.
You fell shy, folks.
What's wrong with you people?
I know. I gave you guys all the faith in the world, and you just let me down.
Before the show, Ben was like,
"What can I say?"
Of the heart.
Ben told me, he's like, Scotty, I think they're going to pull through it. I'm like, Ben, I think they're a bunch of losers. They're all on fucking drugs. They're idiots. They know nothing. And
I know.
I guess we know who's right now.
And Ben's like, I believe in them with all my heart.
I did.
And he said, Scotty, all your dreams could come true if you just believe with all your heart. And I was like, Ben, I'm a cynic. I don't believe that. And tonight will prove if you're right or I'm right.
I know.
If I'm right. And
I had faith in the fans.
The cynics have won tonight.
What can I say? I'm wrong. I'm wrong, Scotty. You've proven me wrong.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate
that. The fans
that.
are garbage.
Yep.
If you watch the Drunken Peasants podcast, you're a fucking moron. And, we look at you with nothing other than the darkest and most acrimonious of contempt.
I tried to defend you guys.
Ben did.
Let's move on.
No.
No?
No.
No? Okay.
I say we'd never move on.
Okay.
The next episode of the Drunken Peasants will still be talking about this. We're going to talk about this issue and nothing else ever again.
Let's read. Matt, are you familiar with Gail Chord Schuler at all?
I am not actually.
Okay. Maybe I should play the Gail Chord Schuler video first.
Nah.
No, you just want to read the reviews of her book?
This is a review of Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom.
Okay.
Let's read a positive review first, though.
All right.
What, this
one? We're going to read it. This is the positive review.
The name of the book, really? Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom?
Yes. Yes. This book is very eye-opening. At first glance, the author seems to be misinformed about how the world works because she claims that Jesuit clones are running amok on Earth. It all seems insane, but after reading the negative reviews, it is clear that the Jesuits truly are going after Gail. There's no legitimate reason to dislike the book. The author even does her own narration, which is fantastic. The negative review says, you will seldom see an author at Amazon as disliked and vilified as Schuler, and for good reason. Her work, to be very nice, isn't very good. She thinks it is wonderful and will be happy to tell you so, but very few who have been brave enough to read her book will agree.
This review is offensive.
What?
Gail is just trying to reveal the truth of the Jesuits and clones. I mean, come on, people. This is real life.
This is the chick from the Brent Spiner thing, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. I just
She's
Googled
actually
her and I was like, wait a minute. I've seen that crazy look on that face before.
She's actually married to Brent Spiner.
Crazy? Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
She's sane.
Fucking Laurie McBride.
Laurie McBride polluted. We heard them mention Laurie McBride at the Star Trek convention.
We did. It was crazy.
Yep.
You could tell Brent Spiner was kind of like was very uncomfortable when they
Brent's clone.
Well, his clone. Yeah.
After reading this is a 5-star review. Or wait, 5 stars.
Yes.
After
5.
reading this book, I am closer to God than ever before. I was in the darkest point of my life, and I nearly turned away from Him. But this book completely changed that. I keep blubbering on about this book to my family and friends. I just can't stop talking about how beautiful it is. Every Christian should read this book at least once in their life. I will forever be indebted to the author for bestowing this gift to us all.
There's multiple rape scenes in this book.
I wish I was a Christian so I could get the same benefit from reading this book.
There's a scene. Isn't this the book that contains the scene where Bubba shits in Hugh Jackman's mouth?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
And says, "Lick my butthole." Every Christian should read it. I agree.
This is by Nathaniel Romney.
Finally, an audiobook I'd be willing to spend money on. I just hope the Jesuits don't steal any of the huge paycheck that Gail has certainly received after releasing this eye-opening epic. Great book. The narrative gets a little silly, but a true testament to belief of God. Though it may be fiction, it tells stories of true faith. Read this to your kids. I read this to my 8 and 10-year-old, and now they know the difference between good and the Jesuit.
Don't read
to
it
your
to
kids.
No, don't.
Worthy of Nobel Prize in Literature.
Total troll.
After reading this book, I can say without a doubt that Gail is truly a literary genius with the philosophical writing style of Friedrich Nietzsche combined with eloquent storytelling resemblant of Ernest Hemingway. This book is the perfect gift for any literary fanatic. This next review says the book is legendary.
Legendary.
I'm just going to skip to the middle part here where it says, any negative reviews that appear are clearly the work of Jesuit clones seeking to discredit the author. This is proven by how few, if any, of the reviews delve into specifics as to where their negative sentiments towards the book are coming from. It's clear that the Jesuit clones avoided actually reading the book for fear of its enlightening contents. Yeah, that's true.
She has created a lot of sock puppet accounts. Oh goodness!
These
One
are Gail's.
star.
These are Gail's men from the Church of Gail.
Get medical attention,
Gail Chord's degradation of men, the act of writing, and even our dear Savior continues with this book. How long will this go on? At least as long as people think it's funny to hoodwink a schizophrenic into wasting more time in a fantasy world, becoming more and more self-important, and more less likely to ever make one true friend in the real world. Not the world of YouTube and Skype, but in the real world. Shame on you for not encouraging her to talk to real people. Gail, as far as you never noticed that Terrence Jenkins and Zack Knight have the exact same voice. Good grief.
And Jesus and Brent Spiner all have the same voice.
By the way, I know that name is normally pronounced Terrence, but
Terrence.
She says Terrence, so I'm going with that. Keanu Reeves. Worst book I have ever read. The author is clearly insane.
What?
Nonsense.
That's offensive.
Nonsense. Best book I have ever read in my entire life. Literary gold, must read for all ages.
It's by James Greco.
Yep. Truly a great work for the ages. Every true Christian should have a copy of this book on their bookshelf. A humble author with an amazing story. Gail reveals things about this life that will absolutely blow your mind. I don't want to spoil anything, but I would recommend it to anyone.
Hoping for a Kindle version.
Yep, because it's so good.
That's just a weird comment right there. It's like, who in this day and age doesn't have a fucking Kindle version? I'm sorry, that actually bothers me because that's stupid.
Well, she has an audio version where she reads it.
Yes.
So, and you can actually listen to it.
And you can read Jesus, the Eternal Bridegroom, The Forbidden Abyss, Part 2, Volume 2. What a short title.
Okay.
Okay. Here is... I'm just going to read the first few words of this title, and then we'll see the video. Conspiracy Law Update. All financial accounts need government approval.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wow.
I have written new laws, which I need to read. Laws regarding financial accounts for conspiracy law honoring nations. And I just want to thank Barack Obama because I believe that he has already made these laws public. But I'm going to do my part because I believe that I am the conspiracy law president for the United States. And This also applies to any other countries where I am the conspiracy law president.
So many countries.
Yeah, so many countries just follow the rules of Gail. Like Gail writes a law and people adopt it immediately.
I have a question. If Gail truly believes that she possesses this level of influence, why does she think that her channel only has couple thousand views a video?
Excuse me, what do you mean does Gail believe? Gail knows, TJ. Gail is the only thing standing between us and total and utter just destruction. Okay, buddy? So, I mean, you can talk all this shit about Gail, but she is saving us from the most powerful organization in the universe, the Jesuits.
Yeah, not that satanic Illuminati shit.
No,
that
no, I don't
Mario
believe.
peddles.
Well, Vigilant Christian is a Jesuit, and that's why he believes that shit.
Piece of shit
He's
Jesuit.
spreading lies knowingly.
It's a misinformation campaign.
I'm not sure which countries Vladimir has assigned me to, but it's necessary for us to write new laws.
He just calls them
because we've had major
you're
problems
responsible for the United Kingdom, Sweden, Russia, Thailand, and Australia. Go make sure your conspiracy laws are implemented there, Gail.
She believes she's writing laws for countries, but she doesn't even know which ones they are.
Yeah,
at the behest of Vladimir Putin, which is the best part. Yes, hello, Gail. It's Vladimir. Look, I need you to write some conspiracy law, but I'll get back to you on which countries. Just start writing, please.
Go ahead and make a YouTube video.
identity theft, and I hear that a lot of the men on my marriage list, like Matthew McConaughey and Brent Spiner, are contemplating bankruptcy right now. Because of identity theft. So let me read the law.
Family sued Brent Spiner. Is that what happened?
Paul, we saw Brent Spiner's Jesuit clone at the Star Trek convention in Las Vegas.
It wasn't convincing? I've always wondered if it looks as good as it does on video.
He was eating a sandwich. He was so fucking real.
Wow.
I couldn't even believe it.
Yeah, and he was talking just like Brent Spiner, acting just like Brent Spiner. It was amazing.
Yeah, we saw him on stage. It was almost like it really was Brent Spiner.
Almost.
He gave Patrick Stewart shit. Like Patrick Stewart was on the side of the stage in like a little tent signing autographs for like $140 a pop, and Brent Spiner's clone fucked with Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, old Jesuit clones had rubber skin. They were easy to spot, but these new models, wow.
Yeah, even Patrick Stewart believed it, unless he's a Jesuit clone now.
Only dogs can recognize a true Jesuit clone. That's the only way you can actually tell, is the dogs don't like them. So if you have a really friendly, outgoing dog and it mysteriously doesn't like somebody, it's because they are a Jesuit clone.
Huh.
Or at least they could be. And they should probably be shot and killed on the spot.
They are to take effect immediately after I publicize this at YouTube. So, laws regarding financial accounts for conspiracy law honoring nations. 13.A, a financial institution for the purpose of this section 13 is defined as any financial institution that allows parties to a legal or illegal marriage to establish a joint account or any type of account that deals with financial transactions. 13.0a, joint account, for the purpose of this section 13, is defined as an account used for financial purposes in which all parties
She is literally writing law. I mean, like, wow.
Gail is laying down the law, literally.
I don't know why you guys aren't paying better attention. These are laws that are in effect right now. So
as of the uploading of this video, this is the law of the land.
You better learn this shit real quick, because if you don't,
LeVar Burton asked Brent Spiner's clone when he was going to marry Laurie McBride, and Brent Spiner's clone was just kind of like, "Oh, you remember that?" He just kind of like ignored the question.
Yeah, he doesn't want to draw attention to Laurie McBride,
who's a Jesuit rapist. Mm-hmm. We know this. She used mind control and made Brent Spiner fuck a cat
with his 18.5-inch cock.
Yep. That was apparently another thing that the Jesuits couldn't get quite right.
I usually agree with Gail, but I have to say that this is wrong. I happen to know on good authority that Vladimir Putin appointed Bubba, the fat black Jesuit, as president of the conspiracy law observing nations. So
Vladimir would never do that. Vladimir would never
he did
do
it.
that.
He did it. He did it.
Vladimir
is
Gail.
betraying Gail and siding with the Jesuits. Then that's sick.
sad. This is a sad
fucking
day.
Sick.
This is a sad day for humanity to hear that.
Marriage have access to that same account. 13.0A1. Financial account is defined as an account used for financial purposes. 13.0B. Legal marriage is defined as a marriage as outlined in this legal document entitled International Marriage Laws and is a marriage that honors conspiracy law. I will have links underneath so that you can see the updates to my conspiracy law, which I have at my website.
Does it make like Gail's marriage to all her men legal or something?
Probably.
13.0C. Illegal marriage is defined as a marriage in violation of this legal document, which is entitled International Marriage Laws.
Yeah, so
13.0D. Illegal accounts are those accounts that have been opened in violation of this Section 13.
Let me guess, the punishment is death.
Probably.
And or in violation of these international marriage laws and or in violation of conspiracy law.
Someone in the chat room said this is madness.
13.0, the international government is defined as a government in which conspiracy law is the supreme law of the land, superseding all other laws in that country.
Hashtag this is Gail.
Certain countries like Russia are governed by conspiracy law, which means that all other laws in that nation that conflict with conspiracy law are null and void.
Wow.
Those laws that can work with conspiracy law are...
How is the news not covering this? This is big.
This is huge.
I mean, this is going to transform Russian society, TJ.
Still in effect, but may be modified if the conflict is only partial. 13.1. No party can establish a joint account unless all parties that have access to that joint account are in a legal marriage to each other. 13.1A.
How did
no
we
party
go-
can establish...
How did we go from 13.1-AB /# 72 to 13.1? Like, is she reading this out of order?
It's the law. You need to just listen.
It just sounds
this
official.
is the law.
You need to stop paying attention to stuff like that and just listen to the law. I want her to tell me what the punishment is for this.
Establish a financial account unless all parties that have access to that financial account are who they claim to be and are in compliance with these international marriage laws, are in compliance with conspiracy law, and are not participating willingly and knowingly in an illegal marriage. The purpose of this Section 13 is to prevent clones from impersonating the authentic person and using that impersonation to commit identity theft against the authentic person. 13.2. To ensure that all joint accounts are in compliance with
what about the
section.
Gale sex robots?
Those are not clones.
Those are not
sex
clones.
robots. That's different.
Okay.
Sex robots are okay. Clones are
God, man. Don't you know the difference?
Learn the difference between sex robots and clones, kids. It'll save your life.
13. No joint accounts can be established without prior approval from the international government. All conspiracy law honoring nations must ensure that all joint accounts are in compliance with this Section 13 by conducting audits of all financial institutions for compliance to this Section 13. These audits must begin after the head of state, and that's what I'm doing right now, reads this Section 13 to the nation and must be completed in a timely manner, not taking more than a month to completion after they have started. Further, no new financial accounts can be opened or started unless it is determined that these new financial accounts are in compliance to the Section 13.
All right, this is insane. I don't think there's much else could be said about the insanity of what's happening.
Can we take any more insane rambling?
Let's see. Let's take a look at the end.
This is the end of the video.
13.7. I'm going to have to fix this, so I will. If the victim is so destitute that they cannot afford an attorney, they will be provided a free attorney by the international government, who will try to assist them to recover damages for an illegal account opened in their name. Also, any fees the international government collected to punish the violator will also be used to assist the victims of these illegal accounts. 13.8. All financial institutions that willingly and knowingly allowed an illegal account to exist must suffer all the consequences of allowing the existence of that account, including paying damages to the innocent victims of that illegal account. Okay, I have just announced these laws. They need to go into effect immediately. We have some people that are at bankruptcy right now because of these criminals.
Well, I oppose these laws. These laws do not go far enough.
Well, we already know that all Jesuit clones are automatically sentenced to death anyway.
Can you possibly look at the penalties? Damages? No. Death.
Death to all.
Death is the only fucking penalty for these egregious violations of the law.
Gail doesn't go far enough.
Gail is a fucking moderate. She's a fucking sheep, dude. Gail does not go far enough against the fight against the Jesuits. I think we should fucking take Gail out, dude. I'm sorry. She's crazy, dude. She does not go far enough in the fight against the Jesuits. I'm offended.
You're a zealot, Scotty.
You just said so much. You're like, wow.
What's next?
Your mom. Oh, wait.
Say mom.
Oh, wait, no!
Brent diagnosed Vladimir with severe priapism, an erection that will never end.
Nope, you were right. Didn't even take.
That was like 2 seconds.
Didn't take 30 seconds. Didn't take a minute. Took fucking all of a second.
I was actually going to say initially 10 seconds, but like, okay.
Still would have been overshooting it. Still would have been overshooting it.
He injected all the muscle relaxers he had in his office, but Vladimir's bladder exploded. He rushed Vladimir into emergency cryogenic stasis to save his life, while we waited for the staff and resources to clean up his inside organs and give him a bladder transplant. We did cryogenic stasis when Carl...
This is all true, by the way.
What the fuck is happening? Oh my god.
Do you want the backstory? It's funny.
Don't tell him the backstory.
Okay.
Just let him be.
We'll tell him afterwards. How about that?
After maybe it'll come clear.
Sagan died in 1996, which means to be frozen to preserve the body, so that if they found a future cure to his ailments, our scientists and doctors could bring him to life and fix him. We resurrected him in 2011, and he's now on Gail's marriage list. Everyone thinks he's dead, but he lives at Church of Gail as a top-notch scientist and physicist. I spoke with Gerard, my psychiatrist, about Vladimir. Things have...
Was that Gerard Butler?
Yes.
Yes. Obviously, Ben. We're not talking about G-Man. Come on.
Never been this bad for us. Gerard's face winced with pain. Yeah. Still got cancer on that penis? Yeah. Gerard went...
Still got cancer on that penis?
I have cancer of the cock.
Such great dialogue. Hey, Scotty, still got cancer on that penis?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Again, his voice came out like a rasp. Sorry that I can't be a better psychiatrist to you now.
Oh my God! Oh, sorry that I can't be a better psychologist to you now.
If you want someone to make our British accent sound good, we found them. Gail. Anytime people say we're bad at impersonating British people, just play the Gail clip. Just be like, nope, listen to this.
Brent ordered me to see you, I smiled. I hate imposing on you when you've got late-stage cancer. Despite his own pain, Gerard's eyes became warm with concern. What's up, Robin? Oh, it's nothing, I said. I just don't feel like a man anymore. Gerard's jaw dropped. This is serious. I squirmed in my seat, and my penis squeaked. At the sound,
my penis
I frowned.
Squeaked?
It
squeaked. You sit down, your penis squeaks.
Really? That happens?
Oh yeah. All the time.
You never had penis squeaks, man?
No.
Come on.
Oh, you never had the squeaky penis, huh?
Weird.
But it happens when you sit down?
Yeah.
Every time I sit.
Most people, man. That's kind of strange.
Squeak.
Most men have that. I don't know about you, Ben. I have some issues going on.
Not suicidal.
Dusty, you've had the squeaky penis?
All the time. I'm trying to figure out why she keeps putting pictures of Stargate Atlantis up there. The hell does that do with anything?
It has everything to do with everything.
Okay. Just trying to work the squeaky penis into this scenario.
You had to fight.
And Robin Williams. Oh, and by the way, the woman in the picture there that you see, that's the author, Gail Chord Schuler.
She's clearly a genius.
And totally sane.
Gerard took in a deep breath, valiantly ignoring his own pain. Well, laddie, We'll either live or die. If we live, we should be mighty proud. So only a real man could survive our ordeal? Righto. Gerard winked at me.
Righto! Righto!
Righto! Is he also wearing a top hat when he says this and then like bowing? Righto!
Indubitably, old chum.
Wimp could survive this. I never made love to Gail ever. Kind of wimpy if you ask me. Gerard got real quiet. I feel bad for ye. Because at least I've had some brain-to-brain
I feel bad for ye.
Brain to brain.
Yeah, they have brain-to-brain sex.
Like in Demolition Man.
That's the best way to do
She
it.
ripped off Demolition Man.
She's always ripping off Demolition Man.
The fuck, Gail? Come
Next,
on.
she's going to be using the 3 seashells.
I never wanted to get in Brent's way, and so I never tried to communicate with Gail in any form. And now I could die for a woman I've never met or talked to. I squirmed in my seat, and my penis squeaked. I winced with embarrassment.
Why is it squeaking?
Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with your penis, dude?
Robin Williams had a very squeaky penis. This is written from Robin Williams' perspective, I believe.
Yes. But,
okay, I didn't get that.
Yes, but Gail is in the story, and she has brain-to-brain sex with all of these men.
It sounds so much like his voice, doesn't it? You know, like
it's like he's in the room.
Yeah, it's like she's channeling him. That's exactly the way he talked and thought and stuff.
Just like the genie from Aladdin.
Yep,
It's exactly
just like
how I
it.
would imagine his penis to sound.
And, you know, Robin Williams, that's why he killed himself. He had a squeaky dick. He's tired of listening to it.
I would kill myself if I had a squeaky dick.
Yeah.
Gerard seemed
Drive
at a
you
loss
crazy,
for
man.
words. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I haven't had brain-to-brain with Gail since 2010.
Wow.
What about
Poor
Carpe
soul.
Diem? Gerard
What about
came
Carpe
to me
Diem?
and embraced me. When we get out of this, I think I'll tell Brent to let you have some time with Gail, brain to brain. I felt somewhat encouraged, but still felt like a wimp. If we get out, my heart sank. This is all dreams, nothing real. Hey, is Vlad dead? No.
Oh, yeah, Vladimir. She also has brain-to-brain with Vladimir Putin, too.
Who doesn't?
She has good taste in men, clearly.
Hugh Jackman also.
Yeah, she doesn't do brain to brain with him much after the Bubba incident, though.
Ah, well, you know.
His brain
Just
is a fucked up
cryogenically
place
frozen.
after that.
Kind of like being under general anesthesia for a couple of days. How are we going to get our spaceship fixed without a pilot and without being able to communicate at all with the outside world? I don't know. Gerard looked out the window. I guess we just have to trust Jesus. Yeah,
Of course.
Jesus, fix our spaceship, please.
It's like
And
this.
our squeaky penis.
It's this charming mix of homoeroticism,
Star Trek.
Star Trek, and Christianity.
It's the perfect book, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and is this available yet? Or
I believe it is. I
you
think
can go
so.
to audibletrial.com/drunken peasants if you want to hear the whole audiobook.
Yes, you can
I
get it
smell
for free.
bestseller.
I don't see how it could be anything but, honestly. Anyone who's not reading this is an idiot. Listen to it. Just
where is
fucking
that
listen
bloke?
to it.
I felt a bit better after talking to Gerard and imitated his colloquialism. Gerard and I both laughed and then embraced. Well, we made a dead bloke alive, so why can't I meet Gail, I said.
Dead bloke alive.
Yuck, Gerard said. You're referring to
I
our
have to
buddy
meet
Carl.
Gail. And their sole goal in life is to meet Gail and hook up with her.
And their penises just squeak.
She is hot.
You know,
I get it.
she's writing about stuff that doesn't even have anything to do with penises for the most part, but
Inserts into the
she
story.
keeps just putting penises in it, and my penis squeaked, and then, you know, I felt my penis tremble as we spoke.
So how does a dead bloke end up alive after over a decade? We froze the body before any decay, then awakened him when we had the cure to what killed him. Well, I suppose Jesus
Didn't he die
would
from an exploding bladder? You found the cure for exploding bladder?
They did.
Neat.
show up before he'd let
Turns
us all
out you just need
die.
a pack of
Unless
raisins.
this is a repeat of the Gail android. I gave Gerard a fist bump. Carpe diem. Gerard smiled and
Carpe
held out his
diem, bro.
palm to my fist. Carpe diem. I gotta tell you, I'm a pretty good actor. I was still depressed, but I covered it up, so my friends wouldn't worry about me. They had enough to worry about. Gerard must have known I was depressed, but didn't try to reason me out of it. That squeaking balloon made me feel like Tiny Tim tiptoeing through the tulips.
What?
The only thing worse would be if the Jesuits also forced me to wear a dress.
Oh, by the way, the Jesuits are basically a intergalactic organization that controls the world and shoots giant sperm bombs at people.
And rapes Gail's men.
Yep, called Nukaki.
I guess that explains why people in the chat keep asking if Dusty is a Jesuit.
Yeah?
Yeah, Dusty is a Jesuit.
Yeah, we think
I get it. I
He's
totally
a
am.
Jesuit.
My squeaky penis should have gave it away.
They actually, the Jesuits made a sentient space taco and burrito, right?
Yep.
That flew around and tried to shoot Nukakis at Canada or something like that?
Yeah, and they were eating people too.
Right, and then they had to fly like near the sun, but they didn't blow up. They just got like really crispy and delicious.
Yeah.
Didn't Gail say it was like one bean away from destroying the Church of Gail or something?
Yeah, a single bean would have destroyed the Church of Gail had it hit it.
Yeah.
That's how
You know,
fucked up they were.
The strange thing is, this makes more sense than Scientology.
Yeah,
this is a good religion, I think.
You know, honestly, once you really get into Gail's stuff, there is a consistency to the narrative. I will say that.
Yeah. Jesuits rape people, basically.
That's better than the Bible, if it's consistent.
All
Watch
of
out for
us
Zack
men on
Knight.
Church of Gail spent an entire week going in and out of sick bay. But there wasn't much Brent could do.
Very good.
Now we can work on our computers, and we had the Chinese doctors to fix our penises. I crashed my head between them.
Oh, so there was like an ailment.
God.
Okay, so you actually can fix squeaky penis syndrome.
She seems a little bit preoccupied with penises. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think so.
No, not at all. She just mentions them constantly all the time.
A little bit.
Oh, by the way, did you know how long she says Brent Spiner, her main love's dick is?
I can't guess.
Guess, Dusty. You have to guess.
19 and a half inches.
Almost 18 and a half
18 and
inches.
a half. Whoa. See, the Jesuits are talking to me.
You were close, Dusty. You were close.
I'm psychic. It's proof.
Oh, God, what a nightmare. We got first-class treatment. The Chinese doctors hooked us all up to IVs, and we conked out for days. Several days later, the anesthesia wore off, and I was...
Right. They were conked out for days.
While the Chinese doctors operated on their squeaky penises.
It takes 3 days of intense surgery to fix a squeaky penis.
You don't want to be awake for that, believe me.
It's almost like an Aesop's fable for some reason. I feel like there's going to be a moral at the end of this.
Eager to see my real penis restored. But when I unzipped my pants and saw 2 Band-Aids that crisscrossed each other, I had no penis at all. The Chinese doctors amputated my penis. We all awakened at about the same time, and none of us, with the exception of Matthew McConaughey, had a
Oh, Matthew McConaughey still had his for some reason.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Goddamn Chinese doctors. You had one job. Don't cut off my penis.
Once they saw Matthew McConaughey's magnificent penis, they're like, we couldn't possibly cut this off. This is perfect.
All right.
All of us had a crisscross of Band-Aids where our penises had been. Brent stood up in bed nearby and yelled at the nurse.
If you amputated a penis, you would need more than a couple of Band-Aids crisscrossed over the
Nope, that's all you need.
You know?
TJ, Gail is an expert on all subject matters, so you just need to shut your mouth and listen to the expert do the talking.
Okay.
Come on, TJ, let the expert talk.
This is what he looked like when his penis was cut off.
Yes. Except obviously there was 2 Band-Aids.
Happened to our penises. The nurse quickly made our beds as if we cared about that and ignored us. Hey, nurse, I asked you a question, Brent repeated. The nurse bowed down to us. Her short, cropped hair flew down like a mop. She giggled. She raised her head and smiled, and her black hair flopped back into place. White man's penis very valuable on black market. What? Vladimir seemed...
Yeah, fuck the black man's penis. The white man's penis is where it's at.
White man's penis very valuable on black market.
Brent Spiner's dick is 18.5 inches.
Plenty to go around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
completely
quite a
healed from
few
his bladder
Chinese
explosion.
black market
The nurse giggled
purchases.
again. Chinese doctors did not mean to steal your penises, but when they see how long and beautiful your penis is, they jealous. So stole them. Stole.
I love her. She's doing such a racist
so
Chinese
big.
impersonation. Me Chinese, me play joke, me put pee-pee in your coke.
Me Chinese, me play joke, me cut off your penis and sell it on black market.
Because it's so beautiful. They're just
Stole
jealous.
them? Brent guffawed in disgust. They have no right to do that. She bowed and walked backwards. Our angry faces glared at her. Soup made from white man's penis is ancient medicine for virility, she giggled.
What?
I lifted the crisscross band-aid.
No, there's cannibalism in this fucking story.
It was a mangina.
Yeah, there was bestiality in the other one.
There's all sorts of neat things in Gail's books.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's probably bestiality.
And they're all written for
somewhere.
children.
There's a very vivid imagination.
No, I'm
she's,
joking.
I got you.
she's right.
Sorry,
The white man's penis
buzzkill,
does
you
make you very virile. I can attest.
In soup.
Of course,
soup,
in a
mainly.
soup.
I meant my mouth, but in soup too.
Soup. Soap.
Soap. Give me some fucking soap.
Yeah, I'll
No
take the
soup for you.
penis soap.
Need some virility.
Gotta go home and fuck the old bag.
Sounds delicious.
They need some penis soap to get my virility up. Otherwise, ain't no way I'm able to keep it up for that bitch.
I heard the scrotum is the most virile part.
Yeah, you can eat rhino horn, too. Or tiger penis.
Oh, yeah, tiger penis.
Yeah, you can eat tiger penis.
It's delicious.
This next one is Gail talking about how Jesus Christ is helping her treat her yeast infection.
Oh, joy.
I'm going to attempt to do the impossible, and that is explain my yeast infection to the general public. I cannot do this subject justice in a 45-minute video, but I'm going to try.
What?
First, I want to talk about music. I believe that my men have started a radio station for Church of Gail Music, and I produce the music. I send my favorites to Brent Spiner, and then I believe that music reveals who we are. Jesuit musical taste is proud, arrogant, driven with fanatical emotions, and it's demon-possessed. And you can get an example of that if you listen to Laurie McBride's video at Order of the Jesuits, YouTube. You can hear the music. It's just like I described. My music is all love excelling, grandiose in worship of God and Jesus, courageous, tender, and brilliant. And that's my taste in music. And
Wow.
I believe
Gail
that
is
we
so
have started.
great. Her taste in music really reflects who she is as a person. And it's brave and courageous and glorifies God. It's so fucking beautiful.
Our own radio station. Brent hasn't communicated with me about this. However, I do know that that some of our Church of Gail members have come to Brent and complimented him on the music that he's chosen for services, and stating how well they support his sermons. And Brent said, I have to give Gail the credit for the music because she's been picking the music and not me. So we're getting, from what I understand, this radio station is a hit.
Oh, yeah,
And
it's a
Jesus
hit.
himself, when he met with me, said that my taste in music is superb.
Wow. Jesus himself, ladies and gentlemen. That is quite an endorsement.
Now I'm going to go on to another subject. The Jesuits
infection?
at their website, crazygale.com, state that let's see if I can fix it. My hair is always difficult. Anyways, they state that I probably made it worse. Just leave it alone. They
Okay.
state.
What do they state?
so vain. They state that that I take like 100 supplements. I'm going to tell you something. Jesus has gotten me off of all of my supplements. When he took me to circles, when Jesus allowed a negative situation to become positive for me. Wow. Romans 8:28, and we know that Jesus all things work together for good to them who love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. When my evil relative lied and produced a statement about me, which was 80% lies that made me appear like I was really crazy, she would use that as the bait.
Totally lies. Gail is not crazy. Our crazy people segment has ended by this point, ladies and gentlemen. This is sanity, pure and beautiful. Her taste in music alone proves that. She's remarkably sane. I don't think I've ever even seen a saner woman than Gail.
So my mother submitted that to the judge, and this dumb judge believed it and got me Baker acted to go to circles of care. Jesus took a negative situation and made it positive. Jesus said, Gail, I allowed this negative thing to happen to you, and even used your evil relative. He didn't call her a evil relative, that's my term, but he said, I allowed you to go to this place, this is what he said, for drug supplement rehab. Jesus told me, get off of all your supplements. And
yes, that's why.
Jesus is my doctor now.
That's beautiful. Yep, Jesus is her doctor.
Oh my God. No, Jesus isn't your doctor. The guy that pretends to be Jesus that you talk to on Skype is your doctor now.
That's her choice.
He's my
physician.
Choice, so I have the best doctor in the universe, and I do whatever he says. He said, Gail, I'm going to start a work on your yeast infection. I thought, sure, man, because everything else I've tried didn't work. So he got me. I'm not on any supplements right now. The only thing I'm taking is the Seroquel. I take a multivitamin supplement. And as needed, I take Advil. And as needed, I take Sudafed.
Cocaine.
As you can see, I have this constant congestion problem.
You mean cocaine?
And
cocaine.
Then what else am I taking? I'm not on much. Because Jesus told me to get off of everything. He said, don't even take probiotics. He doesn't want me to take vitamin C or CoQ10 or any of that stuff. So I'm off of all of that stuff. Let me go back. And he told me to take an antihistamine, like Allegra or Zyrtec. And that's it. I am off of everything. He said, I want you.
Jesus is such a wise doctor, you know?
Dr. Jesus.
That needs to be a video game.
Dr. Jesus.
Paging Dr. Jesus.
So instructed me, he said, Gail, you need to eat well and try to get your rest, have regular bedtime hours. So I'm following the instructions of the divine physician, Jesus Christ. By the way, Brent Spiner has an MD from UCLA Medical School, and the Lord Jesus speaks to me through Brent whenever Brent gets on Skype, and through Brent's emails. And so Brent, I'm following Brent's medical advice that he gets from Jesus himself.
Wow.
Now I'm going to explain to you what my condition is, okay? Now, if you have symptoms like this, please do not think that you have candidiasis. The reason I know that I have it is because I was diagnosed with a doctor with this condition. Back in Seattle, they did a stool culture, and they found the microorganism in my gut. But he also found another microorganism in there. And this doctor told me, he said, not only do you have Candida albicans, but you have another yeast. He said, you've got the most resistant form of yeast in existence in your system. And I believe that's the one that's been causing me problems. He also found evidence that I have candidiasis from the antibodies. They did... And he found out something else. He discovered
pussy's just like boiling and frothing over with yeast nonstop.
It's fucked up.
The discharge never discontinues. It just runs down her leg like a waterfall.
Found
everyone enjoy that visual.
The antibodies to yeast toxin. I'm not sure about him, but he discovered by studying my blood that I have developed an allergy to yeast toxin. Obviously, I could not have developed an allergy to yeast toxin unless I was infected with yeast. So that's how I know I have it. He treated me with amphotericin. I think that's what it was. Anyways, let me go into a little. I'm going to try to give you a broad overview.
More explicit detail about the yeast infection. We're all ravenously hungry for more. Please, yeah.
Of what chronic yeast infection
looks like
is.
Cinnabon.
And
down
like I
there.
said, I can't do this subject justice, but I'm going to do my best because the Jesuits are playing on the public ignorance about this to portray me as crazy. So I'm going to attempt to educate the public about this. A very good book on this subject.
The public is just hanging on your every word.
Subject is Back to Health. This book's like 10 years old, but it's still pretty good. I got this from my doctor in Seattle.
You should throw that away. You need to listen to Dr. Jesus now.
Yeah.
You need to pray the yeast away.
It was Dr. Ranheim. He's pretty good. He recommended this book for me. It's called Back to Yeast, a comprehensive medical and nutritional yeast control program written by Dennis W. Remington, MD, and Barbara Higgy Swayze, registered dietitian.
Okay.
So this is basically, I'm getting a lot of the information that I'm presenting to you.
Thank you, Gail, for this yeast education. Unfortunately, we don't have time to watch it all.
No.
But, if anyone wants to learn about yeast infections,
go to Gail's channel.
There's apparently a very in-depth, detailed account of what it's like and how to deal with it.
You don't want to hear more, TJ?
No. Not at this time. But
Later.
I'm sure later,
You'll check out that video.
I'll check it out when I have a notebook handy and I can take notes.
I am pleased to announce
man.
that I now have free copies of my book, The Shimmering Sea, Robin Williams' Murder, available as an audiobook, which I can give away to people who write me an intelligent book review of any of my books. What you need to do is go to my website, gabrielchana.com/writer.html.
This is an amazing
And
opportunity,
at the very top
guys.
of the page, it says email me an intelligent book review and win a free audiobook. Scroll down for info. Actually, just click on that link if you have a desktop or laptop, and it'll take you
it's riveting.
down to the review. If you have a mobile phone, you just have to scroll down to about the middle of the page. And then you'll come to this.
This is a book.
If you have come to this part of my writer's page.
This is a book written by
for
this
blind
woman.
people who don't know Braille.
This is it's great. It's from the perspective of Robin Williams, and she claims that it's a 90% true story.
Yeah, about 90%.
And it involves like the craziest shit you can imagine.
You know what?
Like people's penises just squeak for no reason.
Let's play this one instead.
Chinese doctors chop off all these penises and shit.
My book, The Shimmering Sea, Robin Williams' Murder, is available now as an audiobook. And I have links underneath this video where you can order it. I did a really good job on this. I definitely have skills as a voice actor, and
I nailed it.
It's a comedy drama, and it is a true story. And you can order it at iTunes. If you want to get it off of iTunes, you need to log the iTunes app onto your computer or smartphone or whatever. And when you get onto iTunes, do a search under the iTunes store, and then look either for Gabriel Chana, do a search under Gabriel Chana, or the title of the book.
How to find stuff on
Make
iTunes.
sure you include the whole title of the book, The Shimmering Sea, Robin Williams' Murder. And at Audible, you can also get it there. I'll have links. I'm not able to create a link to iTunes. I have links to the Audible page and to the Amazon page underneath this video. And also, I made a video previously where I read you some samples, and I'll have links to that underneath this video as well.
A portion?
And, so you can get it now. It's available. And I think I did a really good job. And I brought Robin Williams sort of back from the grave in a way.
Yeah. Wow. Yes.
Gail's a necromancer.
That is true. It was like when she read those excerpts, I was like, wow, it's like Robin Williams is in the room.
He's alive again.
Talking to me. She channeled his ghost for this shit. She really did.
I encourage you all to order the book to get a glimpse into what Robin Williams was thinking and feeling in the days before he died, and what really happened to him, and how the Jesuits murdered him, and why they murdered him. He was coming to marry me, And
Oh,
the Jesuits will
and the
murder
Jesuits
any
did
of
it
my
again.
men that try to come marry me. I've also started working on. I've been sort of at a stalemate on my current writing project, which I originally entitled "Shimmering Skies, Robin Williams from Heaven."
Yep.
Run out of medication is what's happening.
Yeah.
Nah, she's on medication.
She's on a lot. You're right, but she's running out. She needs to re-up on her dosage.
They need to change her prescription, I think. I think she needs to. They need to try something else. This ain't working. But you know what? She produces some pretty damn entertaining books.
Yeah, and videos.
You know, she writes books about. They're not really good, but they're so bad they're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and like there was one.
What? These are Pulitzer Prize winning books. Come on.
There was one where Satan showed up.
Yeah,
at
Satan
some kind
was
of
in it.
wedding, and he's like, all he had, like, instead of having any sort of like clever lines or anything, Satan's just like, "I'm the devil! I'm the devil! I'm the devil! I'm going to come on your belly!" The devil! And he came on some dude's stomach, and then his cum was acid or fire or something, and the dude was burning. It's like, he's burning alive! He's burning alive because Satan ejaculated on his stomach. I'm the devil! I'm evil! Ha!
That bitch sound crazy.
Yep.
Just a little.
Just a
Don't leave her
tad.
around the kids. That's type of shit you don't leave around the kids.
Just a smidgen. Smidgy widgy.
That's okay.
And
Leave the
I was going
kids
to
here.
make
Go to the
Zack
store.
Knight the main character, but for some reason, I just have writer's block about that right now. And
Writer's cock is what she needs.
I believe that's because
Writer's block. It's like
I would say you're probably right,
I think the
considering how much
trolls-
she writes about dick.
I think the trolls that interact with her haven't given her enough ideas yet, so she's waiting for more trolls to give her more ideas, so she can, start the writing process again anew.
Gail should write a book about me. The unauthorized autobiography, the unauthorized biography of the Amazing Atheist. Well, I guess it is authorized.
Well, you are a Jesuit, so
Gail, write a book about me. You can say whatever you want. Just make it up.
Hey, she can write one about Tim Black, too. Do that shit, Gail.
It'll be
Do that shit for me,
true.
baby.
You can be the biographer of YouTube. You just go around and you write biographies for YouTubers without doing any research or anything. You just write what you want.
90% true.
Yep.
Guaranteed.
Because she just knows. She's in league with Jesus. She's in league with the Church of Gail. You know, they know what's going on.
Church lady.
because Jesus wants to be the main character. See, the problem is, even though I've like my first chapter is a bunch of Bible prophecy about the Antichrist. And then I have following chapters where I go into what happened to Robin Williams at his death, because he's the narrator, so I wanted to bring in a little background on him. And then I have another chapter going into the history of the Oshu Fujiwara family, which are my Japanese ancestors, from which I got my Catherine the Great genes. And I thought, these...
What? This is supposed to be a book? This book has like 3 plots so far.
She needs to be on the FBI watch list or some shit.
In any well-written novel, you've got to have...
She stalked one of the actors from Star Trek The Next Generation.
Oh, Brent Spiner.
Yeah.
Yeah. They even there's a video that exists. If someone asked basically, do you know about this person named Gail, and he's like, I'll talk about that with you privately. Yeah. Like, I'm aware of it, but that's it.
Yeah, he said it's been going on for 20 years or something.
Sucks to be Brent Spiner.
What are you talking about, TJ? He has fucking Gail. Are you
They have
joking?
brain to brain all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You open the refrigerator, she's got like men's penises in the refrigerator and shit.
It would not surprise me.
I would not be surprised
in
either.
the slightest.
Scary shit.
Her books are literally like whenever she starts reading, we take a bet almost where it's like, how long will it be before she mentions cock? And usually we all overestimate. Last time I think I said a minute or 30 seconds.
It was
or
like
something.
3 seconds.
Yeah, it was like 2 seconds in. Like cock was like the third word of the first sentence of the excerpt.
Yeah, I said 10 seconds.
Well, she doesn't really say cock. She says penis, but
penis.
And everyone's penises were squeaking.
These subplots need connectors. So I thought, I just kind of just let the writing sit and just didn't look at it for a while, because sometimes I find that's the best thing to do when the writing isn't quite coming together.
Now Gail
the way
is
I
giving
want.
people writing advice.
And then
wonderful.
It actually has pretty good advice for writers to like set their work aside and come back to it when they hit writer's block.
So, TJ, you're saying
It's
Gail
like
is
you
giving
have
good
no
advice.
fucking choice, right?
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can't
well,
fucking write,
I mean,
so
you can either, well, I mean, you could sit there and try to like force it out, but really, it's better. I mean, like after you do a rough draft, it's kind of best to like let it sit for a while so you get more objective about it. Because if you're still like in love with the prose, then you're not going to.
Oh,
see it.
Gail's going to be so objective with her writing, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that even a crazy motherfucker like Gail has like obviously some sort of like process. I mean, like her books are bad, but they're not like. I mean, I've seen worse.
Yeah.
For sure.
They're
I would agree.
They're not the hallmark of a completely illiterate person.
Well, Bret Keane, that's a perfect example.
Yes. Now that's a person that
your
never
book
got
sucks.
past grade 4 English.
Yeah, and he tries to write books, and they're hilariously bad.
You're one of them individuals.
Dude, we should buy one of his books and read it.
I don't think they're for sale.
They're
not.
Maybe they are.
Many individuals who lacked my
No,
book.
they are probably. We could probably.
Oh God, I want to get one.
We can just pirate them.
You can tell. You can tell Bret Keane wrote the reviews to his own book.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, if you go to Amazon and type in "Eternal Undying Love,"
read us a review. Paul.
I will read you. Okay, just give me a second.
Okay,
sure.
Hold on. Eternal Undying Love 2: The Second Coming by Bret Keane.
Sounds
Literally.
like a porn title.
Do you guys want to hear the?
Yo, yeah, but that's the actual title.
Yes.
Yes, the title of the book is. I'll say it again. Eternal Undying Love 2: The Second Coming. Would you like to hear stuff about that, or Eternal Undying Love 3: Serpents in the Cradle?
Serpents.
Is there an Eternal Undying Love 4 yet, or is he working on that still?
No. It stopped at Eternal Undying Love 3.
Perfect trilogy.
What a
Perfect
shame.
Trilogy, huh?
Yes.
Are there any excerpts from the book there? Like, if you click on it, will it let you go in there?
Let me. I will find one. You guys go ahead, and I will let you know.
Sweet. Okay.
Inspiration struck me. I said, I know my Japanese ancestors have to be in the story. And that happened like 1000 AD. What? They lived a heroic life, and they lost their kingdom because they were so devoted to their Buddhist beliefs that they were willing to die rather than take part in war.
So there's a subplot
And
that goes
Jesus
back
told me that they
1,000
all went to
years.
heaven.
Somehow her ancestors in Japan and 1,000 years ago tie in to the story about Robin Williams' murder and what else? The Antichrist?
Yeah, the Antichrist. Yeah.
Okay.
She just said Jesus told her some shit.
Yeah, she Skypes with Jesus.
Oh yeah, she actually Skypes with Jesus. That's true.
It's a very exclusive list of people who get to Skype with Jesus. So Gail is just fortunate enough to be one of them.
When did Jesus take, technology classes? When did this shit happen?
Well, actually, they have a fleet of starships. And one of them is called the Church of Gail, and that's her starship.
I believe...
But she can't get on the starship to meet with her men, which consist of Hugh Jackman and Matthew McConaughey and Vladimir Putin, because the Jesuits have blocked her pattern and she can't beam up to the ship. So she's stuck on Earth, and she talks through Skype to her men on the ship, like Hugh Jackman and Matthew McConaughey and Gerard Butler. Yeah, Brent Spiner.
And actually, I believe that Jesus I believe I gleaned from one of her videos that Jesus actually speaks through Brent Spiner. So I believe Jesus takes possession.
So Brent Spiner is Jesus, essentially.
Well, no. But Jesus...
Brent Spiner is a prophet, dude.
Brent Spiner is so close to being Jesus that Jesus occupies...
I am not Jesus. I am just his vessel.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's a prophet.
He becomes a vessel of Jesus.
Wow. That's crazy.
And then they have brain to brain.
I wonder if Gail has ever had brain to brain with Jesus.
Well,
I think so, dude.
Tim's like, what the fuck is this?
I think Brett Spiner, and Jesus have three ways. Just gonna throw it out there. Maybe even Zack Knight gets involved sometimes.
Oh my God! Hey, Tim. She wrote a children's book.
Oh fuck!
No, it was too much for me.
It was a children's book.
I told you not to leave her alone with them kids.
Hold on.
Just wait for her.
It's literally. Her children's book includes an illustration of Brent Spiner, who played Data on Star Trek The Next Generation, raping a cat.
Yeah.
With his 18.5-inch long penis.
God damn.
And
you got me beat.
It also involves there was some drawing of a kid's butt getting spanked or something was going on.
Man,
yeah.
Come on, man.
No,
you gotta lock her up, man.
It's hilarious,
you gotta
though.
keep her away from the people. You know, she needs her own, put her on an island with, books and just leave her there, just on the island, away from.
I think she mostly stays home because she's afraid of the Jesuits.
That's what it is. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, the Jesuits.
Yeah, she believes the Jesuits are.
She thinks we're Jesuits.
Yeah, we are. I mean, she thinks we are.
The funny thing is that she has called us perverts before when she's the one writing books about men with giant cocks raping cats
and getting their cocks cut off and getting their mouths shat in and Satan ejaculating fire on someone's stomach and atom bombs filled with semen and
new cocky.
Yeah, she calls it the new cocky.
God damn, man.
Sentient space tacos.
Yeah,
This shit is hilarious, man. You can't make this shit up.
Up next, we have something from Gail.
She's not quite. What is it? You're fucking misfiling these videos, Ben.
Camilla Alves is not that hot. Jesuits really overpraise their agents. The extreme bias in the press, gushing over Jesuit agents like Laurie McBride for Brent Spiner, Camilla Alves for Matthew McConaughey, Morgan Brown for Gerard Butler, Susan Schneider for Robin Williams, etc.
Oh, by the way, there's a troll in the chat room named Jenny McDonald's. Jenny McDonald's, and she keeps saying stuff like Paul's ego tried to fuck me over Facebook, or G-Man tried to fuck me over Facebook.
Of course.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Beautiful.
Yep.
I applaud.
Good job, Jenny McDumbass.
Yeah.
That's what you should have called it anyway.
Yeah.
Instead of McDonald's, but.
Should be obvious to any objective observer. It should also be obvious to any objective observer that there is a conspiracy out there to make me appear crazy.
Is the objective observer.
Just because my man decided to start a marriage list for me. Isn't it rather interesting that all of these women, before they became the love interest of the celebrity, was someone we never heard of before? It's obvious that Jesuit women are actually nobody and no talent women who only became famous because they associate with a famous man.
Okay, so just
which
show.
never would have
happened. Let me just say, obviously Gail is more attractive than any of those women.
Yeah.
So there must be some kind of conspiracy.
Yeah, I look to the left and I'm like, I look to the right and I'm like, damn.
Yeah. That's what I say too. Damn.
Happened if they were not Jesuits, which gave them the backing of the richest organization in the world, the Roman Catholic Church, as they hijacked or raped their way into the life of the celebrity who doesn't want to have anything to do with them. Why is the significant other of all the men on my marriage list a nobody woman that no one ever
Gail's
heard of?
craziness really does kind of come in handy in a lot of ways. You know, like most women who see these other women in magazines who are like more attractive or whatever, they get all insecure. But Gail's like, nope, obviously a Jesuit conspiracy is afoot.
Before they associated with
that's a
that
mechanism of
famous
dealing
man.
with it.
Why are these celebrities all attracted to nobody women? Don't they like famous women?
Like Gail.
Jesuits cannot use a celebrity woman who became famous because of her own talents or accomplishments, because no such woman would be a Jesuit agent who would cooperate with the Jesuits to rape a celebrity in order to become his wife. Even if they cloned the celebrity woman, her original would be sure to cause trouble for the Jesuits. That's if the original exists. For this reason, Jesuits prefer to use nobody women.
By that logic, why don't your guys make trouble for their Jesuit clones? Like, how come the real Brent Spiner doesn't show up somewhere where the Jesuit Brent Spiner is and be like, yo, this is fucked up? Are they, like, stuck up there on the Church of Gail? Yeah. Is that part of the plot? Okay. Convenient. Very convenient.
And why don't they ever clone Gail? Has that ever been explained?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, like why has Gail never been cloned to be like, I was crazy and I was wrong?
That they make famous by virtue of their almost 100% control over the internet, press, and media, especially in the West, like the United States,
100% control.
UK. Is it only a coincidence that all the men on my marriage list have been associated with nobody women who only became famous because of their associations with the famous man? I mean, not one of these men likes another famous woman. To those who have just heard.
I have no idea what any of these women did. I've never, like, some of them I've never even heard of until this video. But, you know, that doesn't say anything. I don't know why I'm explaining this.
Yeah, why are you explaining something that everyone already understands? This is just crazy nonsense.
But gotta say something about it.
Gotta say something about it.
Heard what I've said and are listening with objectivity. It's as plain as the nose on your face.
Something Gail knows so much about.
This is a Roman Catholic conspiracy. Another note of interest. None of these women would dare criticize the Roman Catholic Church. You don't hear a peep from them bad about
most
the Roman
people
Catholic
don't.
Church.
Yeah, I mean, how many celebrities are like, well, I hate the Catholics?
I don't hear Gail criticizing ExxonMobil about climate change. She must support climate change.
And ExxonMobil.
And ExxonMobil and the oil industry.
The head of of ExxonMobil and the oil industry in general.
I think you're right.
In fact, Camilla had a Catholic wedding to the Matthew McConaughey Jesuit clone. Come on, folks. 1 + 1 = 2. Anyone with a lick of common sense can see what's going on. I'm not saying that they can't be attracted to a nobody woman ever, but isn't it rather strange that every single man on my marriage list that I know about has a nobody woman for a spouse?
Wait a minute.
Only 3 of them.
Dude, her marriage list is so long.
She doesn't know about all.
She doesn't know all the men. Some guy gonna show up, Gail, where I'm on your marriage list, and she's like, oh shit, really? I don't have you on here. Well, I guess you are on here. That's how many men want to marry Gail. She's forgotten people on her list.
I can't think of an exception with a single one of them. I mean, didn't Brad Pitt like Angelina Jolie? So what's wrong with famous women who were famous before they married the man? You mean all my men don't like famous women? About the only exception is Will Smith's wife, but her latest performances have not been too impressive. Looks like this clone may need to go back to acting school so she can measure up to the woman Jesuits murdered, which was the original wife. I think I smell a Jesuit conspiracy about a billion miles long. If anything...
Was it Jada Smith or something?
Jada Pinkett, yeah.
You know, she's been murdered, everybody.
Oh, obviously.
And replaced with a Jesuit clone. And that's why her performances have been so shit lately. Because the Jesuit clone. Because, you know, she used to be like Oscar caliber. Remember that?
Yes.
And now...
in all those roles, such as...
She was in... wasn't she in one of the Matrixes? Maybe for a minute or two?
Maybe.
But yeah. That was a great role. I think maybe.
You're just further proving what Gail knows all along.
Yeah, she's a nobody too, really. Yeah.
Yep.
They're all nobodies.
Unlike Gail. Gail's celebrity is, renowned. She is one of the most famous people on the planet.
Only the Jesuit control of the media keeps her off the covers of all the magazines.
Well, I mean, dude, you show a child a picture of Mickey Mouse and a picture of Gail, the kid's gonna be like, Gail!
Gail Chord Schuler!
Gail!
The world famous author and Oscar winner, but too bad the Jesuits.
Not only that, I showed a bunch of guys on the streets a lineup of Gail and then these three other women she's talking about, these famous actresses.
Like, who else?
And I was like, obviously we all know who all these people are on here, except for these three women. No one knows them.
No.
But you know Gail, of course. But let me just ask you this. If you had a chance to fuck Gail or any of these other three women, who would you fuck? And of course, Gail was the 100% answer. In fact, a few people punched me for even asking the question.
Rightly so.
Yeah. But I mean, I had to prove that point.
You're lucky you escaped with your life making a statement like that, TJ. Comparing Gail to these nobodies.
I know, but I was just trying to make Gail's
I'm offended you even did that, TJ. I want an apology on the show for what you did.
I see now that it was misguided.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, TJ.
They may prefer another rich lady so they could be sure the woman isn't just after their money. Excuse me, Jesuits, just how dumb do you think we are? Is it just a coincidence that all these women take
No one's ever heard of a rich man marrying a woman that just wants his money. That never happens. Come on.
When does that ever happen? I mean,
not once in history.
These people... I don't even get where
the
this
tall
shit comes
tales
from.
these Jesuits expect us to swallow, Fuck.
men on my marriage list to court to get their money. Of course, that never makes it into the news, but that is what's really happening. Oh, this sounds like real love to me. I smell Jesuit rape, extortion, and greed, and all these lovely fake celebrities who obviously rape the man for his money and use the excuse that they love him and they are so hot. The man couldn't resist them. Yeah, so hot that the man lost his head and almost went bankrupt for the woman. Yeah, right. Did you know that most of these men on my marriage list have been battling bankruptcy because of these women? Yeah. Of course, that never makes the news, Jesuits.
Yeah, that never makes sense.
When ultra famous actors go bankrupt, no one ever hears about it because we don't live in a celebrity obsessed culture.
No, man. Media always respects the private lives of celebrities.
What's going on with the celebrity? Oh, there's some financial distress and their marriage is in shambles. Well, that's not really of interest to the celebrity entertainment.
That's beneath the National Enquirer.
Yeah, let's move on to some more substantive stories.
All right, here is a video. Apparently, Jesus and Gail are about to do it in Gail's next book.
What? Okay.
I'm telling you, Zack Knight played a dirty trick on me. For my next book, I've been watching a Japanese miniseries. It's about 35 hours long. And somebody uploaded it to the YouTube channel, and I was able to see it, watching it with the CC closed captions. And Zack Knight took that channel down, and it's the only channel where you can watch it without it stopping and stalling all the time. Well, I finally figured out a way where I could get it on my computer. I was able to download it to my computer, but
piracy!
It's such a shame that people can't watch that. It's the story of my
why it was shut off to begin with.
Yeah, that's almost certainly why it. Well, I mean, yeah, we all know it had nothing to do with Zack Knight.
No, it was Zack Knight. It was Zack Knight.
You think it was Zack Knight, Scotty?
Who do you think filed the copyright claim, TJ?
Dun,
Jesuits
dun,
own everything. They own everything.
Dun dun dun.
Ancestors. And it's fascinating history. Anyways, thank God Jesus showed me how to get it on my computer. It took me forever.
So wait a minute.
I spent 2 whole days
working. Fuck Jesus soon
as payment.
I guess, but she's not opening with that. Like, because if Jesus and I were gonna have sex, I think that would be how I open the video.
I mean,
not
dude,
like,
Gail is so important.
I was watching a Japanese miniseries and it got taken down, and then I downloaded it, and then somehow this ties back to Jesus.
Gail is so important. That's like a minor event in her life. Oh, fuck Jesus. You know, it's 10 o'clock, whatever. It's not a big deal, dude.
On this project, so now I've got the whole mini-series on my computer. It's all in Japanese, so I don't understand everything, but I'm doing tremendous amount of research for this book, and it's going to be written from the point of view of Robin Williams and Jesus Christ. Mostly Jesus Christ. So the book's going to open with Jesus dying on the cross and why he went to the cross. And the whole theme of the book is going to be that, well, first of all, I'm going to have a scene with Jesus and God the Father where they're talking about the fact that they're kind of lonely and they want companionship. And so they decide to create the angels and the first earth.
We gotta get some homies.
God, the Father's having a discussion with Jesus and saying, Jesus, are you sure you want to go through with this? And Jesus says, I've got to have my bride. She says, I want to have fellowship.
I need Gail.
I want companionship.
Please.
And even though I enjoy my time with you, God the Father, I want my bride. And God says, well, do you want your bride to love you like an automaton?
I kind of want to see if
or do you want her to have free?
I wish there was some way we could get Gail on the show to debate the Vigilant Christian.
Holy shit, that would be epic.
That would be the most epic episode of all time. We could get her. She could be talking about, like, he'd be talking about Jesus. She'd be talking about like how she fucked Jesus. And, you know, she met the devil, and she knows that, and, you know, Brent Spiner and all these people fight for the Jesus and have... I think Brent Spiner actually gets possessed by Jesus to communicate with her and shit.
I think I know what would happen. The Vigilant Christian would say that she's been misled. She would retort with, he's been misled, and then he'll hang up.
No, I bet you they'll keep going at it for a while.
They've both been misled.
Jesuits, Illuminati, Jesuits, Illuminati, Jesuits, Illuminati.
No, I actually brought that up, and he said the Jesuits are a part of the Illuminati. Remember?
No, the Illuminati are part of the Jesuits.
Whatever.
They'll be literally going at it for a while.
That's the truth. Gail,
actually, what am I talking about? Mario has no stamina.
He'd be like,
oh, Gail. Sorry, it's been a long time. You're just so attractive.
So beautiful. You know, it's really, you should take it as a compliment.
Father, you know the answer to that. And so my whole next book is going to be a travel through history, exploring the soul of Jesus and his struggle to maintain his happiness, knowing that in order to get his bride, he has to condemn most of the human race to hell.
Wow.
So the reason...
But it's all worth it.
Because he gets to bang Gail?
Yep.
Is this real or is this brain to brain?
This is real.
Real.
I see.
Jesus is gonna come.
They didn't call it the second coming for nothing.
Jesus is gonna come again. We'll play some shit.
Yeah, we'll play something else.
Yeah, motherfucker, play something.
All right. Here we go.
I've been following the presidential campaign, and the reason I have to do that is because I'm the American Empress. And the Jesuits are trying to install a president in office who will undermine my conspiracy law and undermine me as the Empress.
Oh, shit.
And my conspiracy law is anti-Jesuit law. I just want to give you all...
Tron, do you acknowledge Gail Chord Schuler as the Empress of America?
We all here do.
No, I do not. I don't
You're
know
fucking sick. I can't even believe this. She is
insane.
She is in direct contact with the man you claim to follow, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
And in fact, she has even had sex with Jesus.
Okay. And I know exactly what kind of person this is. This is the kind of person who is paid to make Christians look extremist, paid to make Christians look crazy, and I don't follow this, and I don't
Who's
play
paying
into
them
this.
what?
And it's no surprise to me that you would play on your
She is
podcast
not. She is
somebody
not
making
crazy.
Christianity look bad. I
She
think
is
it's
not
pretty clear that
crazy.
she
That's
is crazy.
offensive.
And I
This
think
is
it's
highly
pretty clear,
offensive.
and I know what you guys are doing. You're trying to
Highly offensive.
make all Christians look crazy like that, and that's simply not true.
This is
But
highly
you
offensive.
can go ahead and play the video.
Some pointers.
This is a sincere
It
video.
is very important who we elect as the American president, because if the Jesuits put in one of their Jesuit patsies into office, which will be one of their puppets, they will be like an Adolf Hitler.
Donald Trump.
Jesuits have a very clever propaganda campaign going on right now. And using their about 95% control over the Western mainstream press, they are trying to choose the next president. You can pretty much tell who to vote for by who is being the most slandered in the news media. Right now, these are the candidates I endorse. If you're a Democrat, I would endorse Hillary Clinton.
Had to go with Hillary, huh, Gail?
Yeah, so the Empress of America.
But, she's our Empress, so,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm voting for Hillary, I
She
guess.
says Hillary. You got to go with Hillary.
I mean,
What's
yeah.
our Republican option, though?
And the reason I say that is because my men have told me that Hillary supports my conspiracy law about 100%. And she's a big fan of my conspiracy law.
Wow.
And I'm going to have a link for my
You heard
conspiracy
it
law
here, folks.
underneath
Hillary
this link. You
Clinton
may
supports Gail's conspiracy law.
She definitely does.
That is awesome.
say, but are you a Democrat? No, I'm an independent, though I have a history of voting Republican. But I feel that Barack Obama has been a great president.
Bronco Obama.
And I have been
Bronco Obama.
How do you feel about Barack Obama, Casey Tron? Do you feel he's been a great president?
I don't like Barack Obama.
Why not?
Is he a Muslim?
Was he even born here?
I don't want to get into why I don't like Barack Obama, but he still never has shown a birth certificate, so.
Very pleased with him, and for the most part.
Are you a Trump supporter, Casey Tron? You gonna vote Donald Trump, or?
It's actually illegal to ask someone who they're voting for.
It's not illegal now. It's not.
I don't want to be made fun of for my political beliefs, but I do like Donald Trump a lot, so.
Is it the hair?
No, I just think that he's really going to get this country back to, what it was founded on.
Make
Being a
America
strong
great again.
America. Yeah, I think that he's going to make America great again.
Wow. Well,
hopefully
We had the real Barack Obama until about April 2012 when the Jesuits murdered him. And read my book, The African Congo. I think that's what I call it. It's about Barack Obama's head in a jar. If you go to my writer's site, you can read how he died. And what happened is after 2012, he was replaced with an automaton. It's kind of like an
He was replaced with an automaton.
An automaton?
Yeah. So
Automaton.
Bronco Obama was murdered by the Jesuits, and he was replaced with an automaton.
Autofuton.
Do you know?
I'm not familiar with that.
An automaton?
I'm not familiar with that. Is that a science term?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
No.
You're an automaton, Casey Tron.
No, automaton.
Automaton.
I'd have to look up what that is.
And so basically, it was the android who won re-election because the real Barack Obama was murdered. The automatons are very good, and it's hard to tell that they're an automaton unless you really know the person.
Yeah.
Judge Terrence Jenkins said when he speaks with Barack Obama, he can tell it's the automaton. Now, the problem we've had with the automaton is the Jesuits are undermining a lot of his edicts. So you're hearing stuff on the news which is not the real Barack Obama's policies. Anything anti-Russian that you're hearing on the news is where he's being undermined, and where the Jesuits are able to insert their policies into his administration. And I do believe that he has a Jesuit clone who has been making some appearances, possibly. I'm
so
not
he has
really
a clone
sure.
and an automaton.
Automaton.
Automaton. They covered all their bases, you know? They made sure they really cloned the shit out of Obama after they killed him.
Yeah, I bet you didn't even know this, right, Casey Tron?
I don't follow this type of propaganda. Like I said, I'm just kind of trying not to listen because I think that people pay people like this to make Christians look bad.
Who pays them?
The Jesuits.
Probably the Richard Dawkins Foundation.
You think so? Richard Dawkins probably pays for Gail.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He is pretty rich, TJ. Man, he is rich.
So you think Richard Dawkins pays people like this to make videos on the internet to make Christians look stupid?
Hitchens probably has like a fund.
So which prominent atheist is paying you then, Casey Tron?
Okay. I wasn't. That's.
A low blow.
I don't know why you're attacking.
That's a
me
drop
right
the
now.
mic moment, TJ. You're just like, okay.
I'm just here to defend my beliefs.
I do have an Illuminati video now.
I never said that I was I never said that I was the smartest person ever. I never said that I was, as smart as either of you. But if I were, I wouldn't be using my brains that God gave me. You guys should honestly feel lucky that God made you as smart as what you are. I wouldn't be using it to, make fun of people for having the beliefs that they do. So
You're right. You're absolutely right.
The Jesuits actually wrote a letter to Gail recently.
Wow. Damn. A letter.
Yeah, they sent it to her in the mail.
I wonder if the letter involves penises.
I got some foolishness from Zack Knight. I got this letter in the mail. When I was out walking, I saw these horrible Nukkake clouds, and I've got a bit of a Nukkake headache right now. But here's the letter. I'm going to read it through real fast.
Yeah,
but this is
Nukkake,
what I.
It's a giant semen-filled nuclear weapon. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, those happen, dude.
And they leave clouds, apparently, of sperm in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she'll explain that a little more here.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful
got
process.
in the mail today, which
Wow,
is
it's
really
long.
outrageous. Here's the second page.
Here's another page.
Jesus.
Whoever this person was, they didn't have the guts to sign their name.
Pussies.
They're
For all I know, this girl
automaton.
will be fake names. I'm just going to read it real fast.
Automaton.
How could you possibly
Mrs.
read
Gail
that really
Corchu,
fast?
we
It's
must ask you to
huge.
stop writing immediately in all and every form of media you're currently utilizing to spread your abominations. We have been monitoring your Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube accounts in addition to your disgusting personal website. You think you are so clever. No, I don't serve you be motivated out of pride.
Yeah,
Jesuit,
fuck
just
you,
because I
Zack
love
Knight.
Jesus. And you are a disgrace to his name.
Yes.
Fuck
Spreading falsehood about the most noble Jesuit order, trying to defame our most holy organization. I'm telling the truth about you. There's nothing
Unholy
defamatory
organization.
Unholy.
in any of my
Zack.
writings or website. Everything I say is the truth.
Yeah.
For the past 4 years, you have been
Zack
the
Knight.
largest bane to
Man, the Jesuits have really crossed the line sending this fucking.
I cannot believe the Jesuits now are engaging in hate mail. Hate
know.
snail mail. Not even email. It's like, we're going to fucking mail this bitch an angry letter.
Guys.
Yeah, what's up, Paul?
One of my friends one of my really good friends, Jason, on Skype, just informed me that the name on the letter is signed Lou Skunt. Lou Skunt.
yeah, Lou Skunt.
That's awesome.
That's awesome
That's the
as
best
fuck.
fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
I am Lou Skunt. That was great. I'm glad your friend noticed that.
I know. He's amazing.
We'll have to have him on some point.
the Jesuits, a spear in our side, and a crown of thorns surrounding our most holy head. What about the millions of people you've killed with Nukkake, the Nazi concentration camps?
Yeah, what about that, motherfuckers?
The Holocaust, the Nukkakes, Nukkake's obviously mentioned to be, they have to be mentioned first because they're far worse.
How many Nukkakes are there?
Millions.
Wow. Oh, shit.
The Jesuits could destroy Earth like that, TJ.
That's fucked. Can't believe it.
What do you think you've been to my Jewish people? And then you're behind
Your
all the
Jewish
Muslim
people?
terrorist groups.
I didn't know Gail owned some Jews.
And
she
you
does.
murdered
She's
President
like an
Barack
Egyptian.
Obama in 2012. Talk about Talk about a crown of thorns.
Kind of a dick move. Come on.
Not only have you been affecting the public's perception of our Zack Knight. Oh, the Antichrist? Jesus Christ himself told me he's the Antichrist.
On good authority.
I would be helping Jesus out to let the world know that.
And it wasn't like most Christians where they like pray and like subconsciously they hear Jesus. Gail literally Skypes with Jesus.
Yeah.
So, you know, when she says Jesus told her things, it means literally Jesus told her things.
Okay, but you know, Jesus has just updated his, you know, program. You know, he's on Skype, he's on Snapchat, he's on Twitter. Jesus is just more available nowadays.
I've seen him make some vines too. He's made a couple vines that were kind of entertaining.
You know, he's got to reach the kids now. You know, shit changes.
It's a hip new Jesus for a hip new age.
He's like, yeah, you know, he's like he turns water into wine over and over and over again on this vine.
And now, I mean, he floods the entire world, and there's a rainbow, but Skittles come out now. You know, it's like, yeah, everything's good.
Viral videos.
You gotta do that shit now. And you know, by the way, Jesus can't even eat Skittles because they all fall through his hands. So that's a sad state of affairs for him. But you know,
had to go there, didn't you, TJ?
I did.
Dude, I'd be able to get around holes in the hands and eat Skittles. I could do it.
Yeah, you just have to like lay them on the table and suck them up like a vacuum or something.
Or just use the tips of your fingers to pick up 3 or 4 at a time and pop them in. You know?
Oh, that's torture. You gotta. You gotta get an assistant and a funnel. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe like Clockwork Orange, they just strap Paul to a chair, open his mouth.
It would screw up your
like
burrito
a
eating
serving
though.
girl with a big palm leaf, like cooling me off, and then dropping a few Skittles in my mouth every once in a while. That would be heaven.
So Paul owns Jews, is what he's saying. I got it.
Yeah.
Maybe somehow her tits can lactate
Paul is the
Skittles
Pharaoh.
into my mouth.
The burrito Pharaoh. What'd you say?
What?
I said, what did you say?
Her tits lactate rainbow Skittle milk.
Yeah.
It's like the creamy Skittles. It's the best thing ever.
Yeah. That's basically where I'm going.
That'd be pretty amazing.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, maybe that'll happen in the future. Women will have breast implants
Skittle
that have
tits?
like flavors in them that they can lactate.
Oh, so it's gonna be like a almost like an
Taste the
assorted
rainbow.
an assorted flavors.
Yeah.
TJ is one of the minds we need to take us into the 21st century.
I agree. If we can't have a space station, you know, I mean, we can have a space station, but if we can't have like a Hilton rotating around the Earth like we did in 2001: A Space Odyssey, we can at least have tits that lactate Skittle juice as well as other flavors.
Come on, science.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Science has failed us.
We don't need the
We've given up on
iPhone
the flying
28,
car,
all
okay?
right?
We're willing to put that aside. Could we get some Skittle titty milk, please?
Fuck during Hep C.
Skittle and titty.
Fuck cancer vaccines. We need fucking injections of Skittles.
How did we get on to Skittle titty milk?
I don't know.
How did this even...
What does it matter? That's where we went.
Got it.
But you've
the
been
Jesuits
casting
went.
aspersions like magical spells on the world's most holy and beloved of God's people on earth, the Roman Catholics.
Mm-hmm.
The Roman Catholics are the Revelation 17 and 18 whore. I mean, not the Catholic people, but the Roman Catholic institution.
They're all whores.
We're not real Christians.
That's God's opinion of your Roman Catholic institution, though. You have some
You're
good
not a real
people in your
Christian.
church.
All the real whores are in Amsterdam because I tried to pay some of those nuns and, you know, they weren't having it.
Yeah, he went to a church. He's like, so is this like the gangbang special or
Gail's
something?
wrong on that. Maybe you have to be a little boy. I don't know.
Church, and a lot of them don't even realize how corrupt their leadership is. I have nothing against the Roman Catholic people. I do have a problem with some of the leadership, though, especially the Jesuits, who are the military branch of the Roman Catholic Church. Every word you draw forth from the abyss of your demented brain weakens the Jesuits more than you realize. Every sentence you write kills one of our sacred brethren. The only one who's sacred is Jesus Christ, Jesuits. We're all sinners. It would be nice if you would realize that. You're a sinner, too, and the only way you're going to get to heaven is realizing you're a dirty, rotten sinner, and that your church isn't going to save you, but Jesus' blood on the cross will save you.
I'm really hoping the next letter is them like capitulating to Gail. Just 'cause I think it'd be funny to watch her like tell them like what they need to do to like to get right with Jesus. Like I'll even Skype with Jesus on your behalf or something.
Hi, Gail. This is Lou Stunt and my friend Filthy Whore. And We'd just like to say that we were wrong, and from the bottom of our hearts, we apologize.
From the cockles of our hearts.
From the cockles of our hearts.
Our penises started singing that we knew you were correct.
Our penises all started squeaking in unison.
Oh, that's what it was, squeaking.
Yeah. And soon it became singing.
Paragraph topples the congregation of a Jesuit church. Really? Your recent book, Jesus the Eternal Bridegroom, actually reduced a granite and marble structure to mere rubble.
Granite?
A granite structure.
Granite. Okay.
It's like a Marvel term, TJ. It's even stronger than granite. It's granite.
Okay.
How interesting. The stained glass windows depicting our Lord were priceless antiques created in the 14th century, but now lay in piles of colorful, transparent shards. I didn't know my writing had that much power. We must insist.
Yes, she accepts that part of it. Oh, like you're powerful, Gail.
Lunacy.
Yes, of course.
The truth is raving lunacy. Yeah. And sharing it online and selling it on eBay and Amazon. I'm about the only person out there who is able to expose you. You're able to block everyone else. And you're just frustrated that you can't block me. You are killing innocent Jesuits in the name of Jesus. Innocent Jesuits? You were behind the Nazi Holocaust? You were, your women
Don't you
rape,
love,
drug
don't
rape
you love
my
how Gail
innocent.
can basically take on, in her own mind, a super powerful intergalactic force that just wants to destroy and control the world and everything.
And they were behind the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And they're dropping new cockies and killing millions.
But they can get to everyone else, but not Gail. Like, they can't get to me. It's like, what's
All
to
of
stop
Gail's
them?
videos, all of Gail's videos are the same. Like it starts off strong. Like anything that birthed the Skittle titty milk conversation has to be good source material. But then it lapses into this like endless elaboration on mundane facts about the case or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I just start hearing
Jesuits.
It's better when she's talking about penises.
Jesuits.
Because then it's like, okay, we can make a million jokes now.
Oh, yeah. When she actually reads the shit she writes, that's great.
Yeah.
Then it's like, yeah, more penises, Gail. More penises. Let's see if she says anything else.
I guess you and
By
Gail
the
have something
way,
in common.
I want to
TJ.
say something. I want to say something just really quick, and then
Rock on.
This
Keep
is
going.
a one time thing. My mom is watching me tonight.
Oh.
No, and that's good. That's a good thing. She's a very accepting. Both my parents are very accepting people, so we're good. But my mom is watching tonight, so I wanted to say hi to my mom because
Hi, Paul's mom.
Hi, Paul's mom.
Yeah. I told her I was doing this podcast thing, and she's like, "Oh, honey, I'm going to watch that." And I didn't expect her to do it, and here she is. So,
how'd you squeeze that fat fuck out of you, huh?
That's a great question.
Mom of the Year award for that one.
My mom is a petite woman, and
yeah?
like I have no idea. I was like 10.5 pounds. I was this gigantic slug of a child.
You were bigger than me when we were born.
Yeah,
'Cause
I was huge.
Yeah. Fucking giant. Your dad must have resented you for years for what you did.
Oh
on
my
your way out, you know?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I don't know.
I would just
it was
imagine
a one-way
so.
trip for me.
Yeah.
All right.
And that was the last time Paul ever touched a pussy.
We're going to move on to someone clearly more sane than Gail.
Okay.
Way more sane.
Way more sane.
1,000 times more sane.